used to cover the Jags. Now he's a CBS Sports senior NFL writer.
Well, I believe you got everybody's attention.
He's Pete Prisco. Friday afternoons on The Frangie Show. Brought to you by Showtime Sports Cards and Collectibles on 1010XL.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I'm looking for fuel injector cleaner.
Right now, buy a bottle of Chevron Techron Complete Fuel System Cleaner and get one free. Only at AutoZone.
Will it also help with my mileage?
Get everything you need to restore your performance in MPGs.
Get in the zone.
Wait, is it good for trucks too?
Whatever vehicle you have, you can find the right products and parts at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
At Ameris Bank, we're invested in the success of your business. Our local bankers are ready to help you improve your cash flow, optimize your operating accounts, and access financing when you need it. From treasury services and digital banking to loans and lines of credit, we offer tailored solutions to help your business thrive. At Ameris Bank, we're with you. Visit amerisbank.com/withyourbusiness or walk into one of our branches today to get started. Ameris Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. All loans subject to credit approval.
Major League Baseball is always on at Perfect Rag Billiards in Murray Hill. Whether you're a Ray, Cub, or even Yankee, Perfect Rag Billiards always has all the games live. Tons of awesome beer and food specials for the weekend, from Fireball Fridays, Seltzer Saturdays, and brunch on Sundays. That along with tons of pool tables, shuffleboards, darts, and more. Get on out of the house for the action and come to Perfect Rag Billiards in Murray Hill, where you can catch all the MLB action. Perfect Rag Billiards in Murray Hill, a great place to watch sports.
Are you suffering from shoulder pain? If you have clicking and popping in the shoulder joint, persistent pain that intensifies with use, an inability to lift your arm over your head, or a tingling, burning sensation in the shoulder, elbow, or wrist, waiting to see a doctor could make your injury worse. Baptist Health and Jacksonville Orthopedic Institute have innovative and effective treatment options available right now to relieve your pain and restore your mobility. Don't wait. Call 904-JOI-2000.
Hacker here for the Sausage Dude Sausage. Look, I'm a sausage guy, and the Sausage Dude Sausage is the best sausage I've ever had. The Sausage Dudes use high-quality pork, natural casings, along with love and dedication. You can pick up their 4 terrific flavors, including my favorite, the Italian, at Publix locations all throughout Jacksonville. And a portion of the proceeds go to benefit the Boys and Girls Club of Northeast Florida. Take it from me, the Sausage Guy. Get over to Publix right now to get your hands on the Sausage Dude Sausage.
Frank Frangie here for Stanley Pools. There's a reason Stanley Pools is a family tradition of fine swimming pools. It's locally owned and run by the Stanley family since 1988. I've trusted Stanley Pools to build and renovate our pool, and they do a fantastic job of maintaining it. I've recommended Stanley Pools for years for pool construction, repairs, maintenance, and renovation. Call Stanley Pools at 269-7277 today to transform your backyard. That's Stanley Pools, 269-7277.
Flickering lights and hot switches can be annoying. They can also signal a major problem or electrical emergency. So leave it to the pros and Mr. Sparky.
888 Sparky.
Your on-time electrician, Mr. Sparky of the First Coast.
The Dell Technologies Black Friday and July event starts now with limited quantity deals on top business PCs with Windows 11 Pro. Save on select Vostro laptops with built-in security features and select Latitude laptops with enhanced privacy, collaboration, and connectivity. Plus, get special financing with Dell Business Credit. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. Offered to business customers by WebBank, who determines qualifications for and terms of credit.
This is the flagship station of the Jacksonville Jaguars. WJXL AM and FM. Jacksonville Beach. 1010XL. Home sweet home of the Jacksonville Jaguars. This date in sports history is brought to you by Southeast Orthopedic Specialists.
On July 10th, 2016, in the U.S. Open Women's Golf, American Brittany Lang wins her first major title by 3 strokes.
Mike Dempsey for Dandy Foods, and happy to report that Dandy has brand new goodies out there, only available at select gate locations. 4 delicious new lunch items to choose from. A hot roast beef and provolone, an Italian combo that'll melt in your mouth, spicy buffalo chicken, or a big old juicy 100% beef cheeseburger. They're all served on fresh ciabatta bread, baked locally and delivered daily, just as you'd expect from the folks that bring you fresh, never frozen goodness.
Got that hometown flavor creeping up on you, yeah.
I want to make our backyard into a paradise, but where do I start?
A few people I know chose CSS Fireplaces and Outdoor Living. They do it all. Fire pits, pergolas, and custom outdoor kitchens.
That sounds convenient, but I don't want a half dozen subcontractors milling around.
CSS is a licensed contractor, so they do 100% of the work themselves, from start to finish.
That's perfect. Let's get an estimate.
Well, I already toured their showroom last week.
Ha! Well, what are we waiting for? Let's do it.
CSSOutdoor.com.
Hey, this is Jason with Bueller Air Conditioning. Why do we love to go to that awesome grocery store where shopping is a pleasure? Why do we choose that amazing chicken sandwich where the service is fast and friendly and it's always their pleasure? You see, those brands are a promise. Here at Bueller Air, our team is committed to serving the customer and delivering that same kind of brand promise. Our mission is to be the most trusted brand with friendly and professional service every single time. Give us a call today or visit BuellerAir.com.
Brian Wall here. Would you take your paycheck, go to the bank, cash it, and then simply throw it up in the air? I didn't think so. But in a way, over the years, that is exactly what you're doing if you have old or builder-grade windows in your home. Even if you have a brand new home, those windows are not the best windows you can have to save on your energy bills. Window World has sold millions of replacement windows to homeowners like you, and Window World's customer satisfaction is the highest in the business. Please check Window World out yourself and save on your new windows and on your energy bills. Compare with other companies and you'll see Window World is simply the best for less. It's up to you. You can call Window World and get a free estimate, get the best guarantee in the window replacement business, save money on your new windows, and save more on your energy bills. Call Window World today at 904-443-7001 or go online to windowworldneflorida.com. Thank you for your business.
Window World also offers energy-efficient doors.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Coogan Nation. Time to rise and shine and start your day with Duval Sports Media Big Steppers. Dan Hicken.
You know it!
Jeff Prosser.
It's a big deal.
Gosh, it sure is a big deal.
And E to the T.
E.T. is in the booth.
Rise and shine! Coogan, go time on a Monday morning. It's the Monday morning quarterback. Plenty of stuff to quarterback through. Content heavy, baby. We're chugging straight on, headlong into training camp. Opens next week. You feel me? Well, I'm ready to roll up my sleeves. Let's get our hands dirty and really get into what's about to take place here in Jacksonville. I'm ready to dig in on some Jaguars football. 11 days, in fact, till camp opens. So a week from the end of this week, it'll be go time. We got breakfast with Pacelli today. Got some issues, Jags issues to talk about with him. But yeah, it's time to turn our attention to Jaguars football, all things Jaguars. It's really get into the meat of the 2013. I'm riding this wonderful wave. You know, it's super optimistic, firmly felt and feel like the Jags are 12 or 13 win team when the schedule came out, right? I've thought that all offseason. 12. I've got them 12-5. One way or the other, that's where they're going to finish. I feel if there were a bet, you can make that they would go exactly 12-5. I'd throw my little odds on that. That's what I do. I'd play 12-5 is what I would do. Well, then, Jeff, why don't you put everything you own on the over? Well, not a bad point. And then I looked at the schedule again, and I'm like, oh, man, really? Yeah, ooh, that's he's chuckling at me in there. That's what we do as sports fans, don't we?
All the time.
I open up that schedule.
Start second guessing.
Bleep, baby. We're going to win 13, 14 of these jokers. And then suddenly, it's really not easy just to roll into New Orleans and win.
Yeah, maybe we might win 10.
It's not easy as the weather starts to turn to just roll into Cleveland, the dog pound, and just chalk up your automatic W. It's not easy to go on the road in the division and just, based on assumption, put a W. Those aren't easy. So I gravitated just a little bit into some uneasiness, some losing just a little bit of confidence in my season predictions. And now the ball is rolling. The ball's rolling again. Now I'm rolling back toward you. Hell yeah, we're 12-5. You're doggone right we are. And I am going to be on record as ahead of this momentum of the Jaguars offense exploding into the top 5. You feel me, E?
Oh, I feel you.
Right, I've been talking about this, and I will triple down on 35 sacks. Give me those week 12. As we get closer to the season, and I start listening to other people weigh in, and look, I firmly believe nobody from an outside perspective is going to sit on ESPN today or Fox Sports or wherever you get your news and tell you more about the Jaguars, what they have, what they can be, than we do here. They just don't. But it's still fun to hear them, to see what's trickling up to the national level and where they really feel. And look, some guys are hype men, right? Some dudes, whenever you hear them talk about someone, Gruden was perfect for that when he was doing the quarterback camp. Every quarterback that came through there was the next Hall of Famer. And there's nothing wrong with the positivity. But some guys get a little bit more fanboy over the teams they're talking about. And if you ask certain analysts about 24 different teams, he'll put all 24 in the postseason. Well, unfortunately, only 14 can go. You know what I'm saying, right? Well, I don't know what category you put Louis Riddick Jr. in. Former front office executive in the National Football League. He's been a scout, was an NFL player for a lot of years. Works at ESPN now. He's been in the booth on Monday Night Football. You know who Louis Riddick is, most likely.
Almost had a job here.
Yes, he did. He almost had a job in, well, you say here, you mean in the Jags?
Yeah.
The way 1010XL is booming and the production value of the opens, I thought maybe you meant here.
Oh, yeah.
Sure. Just Mornings with Riddick and Baselli starting Monday on 1010XL. Catch Dan and Jeff overnights on 1010XL. I go on the text line designed by Lifetime Enclosures. 10-7. I don't know if you mean they're going to be 10-7 or if you meant to say 10-4. I agree with you, but you mistyped the 7 instead of the 4. Not sure. Yeah, I'm going to go a little better than 10-7, but we'll see. I'm certainly not right, and you're not right until it happens. Then you can tell folks that you were. But let me get back to Riddick, okay? He was on the Rich Eisen show and just went all in on our Jags, and I'm going to let you hear some of his comments. It's exciting to hear what he says, and I think it amplifies some of the positives that we've noted around here. But when I say Louis Riddick went all in, I mean Louis Riddick is ready to put the Jaguars in the same category as the Bengals, Bills, and Chiefs. He's not ready to do that with the rest of the even good teams in the AFC, right? Baltimore, the Chargers, the Dolphins, the Jets potentially. These are good football teams. And we haven't even mentioned Steelers, Titans, Broncos with are we sure that the Broncos with Russell Wilson and Sean Payton aren't going to kind of do what the Jags did last year? Are we sure? In other words, there are too many good AFC teams for the AFC playoff bracket this year. There are. 7 are going to go in. There will be a team. There might be a 10-7 football team doesn't make the postseason. The AFC is loaded, particularly outside our division. And again, as we get closer to the season, it starts to feel like football. You can smell that sweaty locker room and those old tapes, the tape that's been cut off and socks in the corner. And as it starts to smell like football, it smells like Derrick Henry. And when Derrick Henry is healthy, functional, and the Titans, they're just kind of regrouping from a year ago. So I do find my bullishness on the Titans growing a little bit as we get closer to the season. But that being said, Louis Riddick Jr., all in on the Jaguars, and we'll play some of that for you here as we move along through this morning. Are we Hicken free today?
Oh, yeah, it's Hicken free radio,
Is
baby.
It another day today? Yep. Do we know where Dan Hicken is? Have we done the app, where in the world is Dan Hicken? Because, the trip started great. They're bebopping along. Just the Mets had won 6 straight to start the month of June, and then the last couple of days it's gone sideways. I don't know which, if if any or both of those games that he was at, but Major League Baseball has reached its theoretical midway point. We're actually just past midway point. All the details on the Prosser family field trip, the baseball varieties. We went down to Tampa this weekend. What a good time. Again, Braves Nation, I say this with all due seriousness. If y'all want to go fund me to follow this team through the postseason and win another World Series, it's on you. You don't have to. I'm not looking for your charity. This would be a service to Braves Nation. E.T., when your man here goes to an Atlanta Braves game in the ballpark, whether it's theirs or anywhere else, do you know what happens now about 90% of the time?
What happened?
The Braves win.
Big dub.
I'm not kidding. You know what you do when you're passing time on these road trips. You're kicking around bases. It's a wonderful, 3.5, 4 hour, 4.5, depending on which way you're going at what time, drive when you're just talking baseball, right? It's fun. It's cool. Or if you're going on a football trip, you're talking football, right, the whole time. You got a roving office there. You may as well have been 4 high-level Major League Baseball scouts to listen to us talk. But along the way, we were kind of going back over the history of the games that we had been to. If you've been following this show for a long time, this was a while ago. I had an undefeated streak. I had like a 12, 13-game win streak back a few years ago. Since then, I went up with my boys to see a Braves national game at Truist. Soroka pitched, so it was before he got hurt. They lost that game. And I've been back. I went to a couple that they won after that. Went to a World Series game they won after that. Then last year we went to a game they won. And now this year I've gone down to Tampa. And thank you very much. 2-0 for the Braves. We won the Friday night, Saturday night games when I was there. But baseball thoughts. We reached the All-Star break. Kind of reset where things stand. The Braves have become the story down these last couple of weeks leading to the All-Star break. They're the story in Major League Baseball. They're 60-29. They've won 12 series in a row. They've homered 26 straight games. Kind of a deflating finale heading into the All-Star break as the Rays finally raked a little bit yesterday. Boy, watching Tampa 2 days in a row, Friday, Saturday, it was hard to look in front of me and imagine how they had been as good as they've been this first half. Those bats are just dead quiet. But the Braves are the story. I don't know after yesterday, and Bryce Elder got rocked. The Braves gave up 10 runs. But before yesterday, the Braves led Major League Baseball, both leagues, in batting average and ERA. That's just total domination of the sport. Not the National League. Major League Baseball, the lowest earned run average and the highest batting average. Oh, don't forget the most home runs, the highest. There's a lot of other analytics, but those are just right baseline, right? How many runs you giving up? How good are you hitting? How many runs are you scoring? Which they would also be top 2. I think they're number 2 in runs scored. But best ERA in all of Major League Baseball and the best batting average in all of Major League Baseball. There have been 3 teams to do that in the history of MLB. All 3 won the World Series. A pretty good indicator of just how – now, we got a long way to go. Braves pitching's going to have to hold up. That lineup is just a real headache if you're on the other side. And when you're going good, it doesn't matter how you – we went in there Friday, got 2 hits, the Braves did. The whole game. Got 2 hits and took our 2 hits and went on home with a 2-1 win. That's how it's going for the Braves. Then the Saturday night game I was at, the bats heated up again. But some fun little stories, fun little yarns from the trip down. I will say this. I was impressed with how well the Rays fans traveled. I was. I mean – gosh, there had to be at least 10,000 Rays fans at the game this weekend. So, oh, wait, you mean that was a home? Oh, it's the Braves that tried. My bad. It was like being at a Braves game, and I'm not home or look at our crowd guy. That don't matter to me. I almost feel for Rays fans. I do. It's got to be a little bit demoralizing. We feel that a little bit here. We've had times here in Jacksonville where you go to a Jags game on Sunday, the Jags are struggling, and other fan bases here, and half the stadium is that fan base, right? We've seen the Bills do that to us. The Cowboys did that a little bit last year. We've had those games where you're really wondering, is it 50-50? It never quite is, but it can feel like it. Well, I'm here to tell you in Tampa, the 2 games I went to, it was more than 50-50. There were, literally, in 2 sellouts, more Braves fans than Rays fans in the stadium. Which, look, it's a challenge for Tampa. So many people relocate to the state of Florida. It doesn't have to be the Braves. Now, again, we've kind of documented the Braves fans in this region of the country are going to outnumber some of the other fan bases, but this happens to them if they play the Cardinals or the Phillies or the Dodgers or the Red Sox or the Yankees, any kind of team with any historical backing whose, fans that may have retired to that area of the country or anywhere in Florida, and that's the one, series that they choose to head on down. I mean, we had fine, upstanding Googans on the text line, even though they're Phillies fans, but texting in photos of being down at the stadium with the Phillies. All right, I've been now to the Trop 4 or 5 times, and I'm ready to weigh in. Yeah, I feel you on the text line. Lucky you, I took the family to yesterday's game, and, they got walloped yesterday. We even talked about riding that ticket. Should we stay for tomorrow? Check out of the B&B and just go to the game and go home? And thankfully, we decided against. That would have been brutal. And we got out. We could have got out late. We left early, got home quick. So it was fun though. It was good weekend. About what I was going to say though, it's an awful stadium. I'm not a stadium snob. I don't have to walk into the Taj Mahal. We ain't got to go to SoFi for me to have a good time. That stadium is awful. And now I didn't notice the other few times I've been, because the other few times I've been, there were only 10, 12,000 people there. Then the stadium, I guess, is probably manageable. But with the Braves in town this weekend, back-to-back sellouts, 25,000. It was stuffed to the rafters. It's tiny. The sightlines aren't great. The concourses are awful. I don't like the lighting. The aesthetics aren't good. Not enough to keep me from going. It's not enough to say, oh, you shouldn't be in the league. Don't get me wrong, but it'll be interesting to get Hickens' perspective as he comes off a ballpark trip where he saw a couple of stadiums he'd not been to before. I've been to, my fair share of stadiums. That is a terrible baseball stadium. Terrible. By Major League standards. It's just so antiquated. It feels like you're stepping back into the 80s. That's what it feels like. Just dark and, like I said, the aesthetics, the design, interior decorating, just no good. In-stadium experience is terrible. Their game day stadium crew is awful. I mean, awful. I mean, and these are noticeable things if you go to a lot of games. And I just like the music you play in between, what you put on the graphics, how you show your replays, all of it. It's like they are stuck in an old era. So it's just terrible. I feel your frustration, Tampa fan. And it is a hassle to go from Tampa to there if that's where you're going. We leave that part out. Like when we criticize the fan base for not going to the games, it's not just, and in fairness, going from Tampa to St. Pete, depending on the time of day, it is a nightmare. It's a little more than how we say, oh, it's like going from Jacksonville to St. Augustine. Well, not really. It's worse. It's more stressful traffic type deal. But they need a new. Not only do you have to fight that to get there, but then you get there to that, and it's just. I can only imagine what it would be nice with one of these awesome new ballparks that are opening up everywhere, somewhere in that area down there. But we had an ostrich. It's always better when you win, man. It's always better when you lay down all the money to do all the things that we did. It's always nice to come home with a couple of victories, and the Braves had more than a couple this first half. We'll dive into the baseball situation. Major League Baseball draft was last night. Speaking of the Braves, nothing is better than when they combine your two favorite teams. And I'm a Braves fan. They're picking 21st in the draft. Hurston Waldrop, the Braves, the Gators pitcher, who pitched so great, especially in the postseason until that game against LSU, picked by the Braves yesterday. And so Atlanta, who's got a reputation of developing a guy like Strider, a guy like Elder, these young cats, they get them from college. If they flash, they might be pitching in Major League Baseball within 2 or 3 years. We'll see, but they love Waldrop. I love the pick. I love the fit. Nobody has done a better job with these college pitchers and getting a Major League ready than the Braves. And so to take a guy right down the road you're familiar with, it makes it a little bit more entertaining, a little more intriguing on draft night. Wyatt Langford, a bit of a surprise. He fell to number 4. I mean, let's be honest. It's not like you've taking a huge tumble, but a guy that there was rumors last week could go number 1 overall, you certainly thought would be top 3. A high schooler ended up going 3. Langford, though, instead of going 3 to the Tigers, goes 4 to the Rangers. Not a bad deal. There are openings in that Rangers outfield in these next couple of years there to be taken, and the Rangers, unlike the Tigers, are positioned as a good team for the next few years. So there was some good in that as well. Again, content heavy, man. I got a lot of stuff to get to today. More baseball talks. We've got swap renovation backlash. You know, we got backlash here with these stories of beautifying some well-traveled stadiums here in our area. There are a lot of people you listening right now that spend a lot of time either in the Jaguar Stadium or the Gator Stadium, and both are slated and scheduled to have huge renovations. Of course, Jacksonville going to have to dot the I's, cross the T's with, you know, locally as we get all aboard. You know, there's different ways of looking at that whole situation. I hear that debate flaring up a little bit as well. Hopefully, the Jag fever and passion and just basic economic common sense about where you're positioned as a city worldwide will lead to the Jaguars' new stadium being approved without too much. But down in Gainesville, there's big renovations coming in. There's a big section of Gator fans that aren't happy either. I'll tell you why as we move along. Summer League basketball has 2 or 3 intriguing storylines, and none of which are small or bigger than the biggest guy in the draft, Victor Wembanyama, who was terrible in his opener. Terrible. Like, you know, hot take. Let's go ahead and call him a bust. Bounced back last night, so I'll give you some of the details on that. Got a football fix coming up this hour. There are headlines from the National Football League. We got golf news. Certainly this stirred up time. It's this uncomfortable little era here of golf continued yesterday as a high-ranking PGA Tour official steps down just basically because of the agreement that was reached between the PIF and the PGA. So details on that a little bit and then reset. So much to get to today. So glad you're up and at 'em with us. The Jaguars now 11 days from camp opening. What Louis Riddick had to say about our Jaguars when we come back on the other side. That and much more on the Monday Morning Quarterback. DivorceMenOnly.com.
The Drill from the studios at Republic Services. We'll handle it from here.
Bring in the heat. Your summer station. 1010XL.
Hey, gang, you know we love trivia. I got some trivia for you. Did you know that the only 2% of U.S. beef is graded prime? ABBQ is the only Northeast Florida barbecue restaurant that uses only prime brisket and slow smokes using only wood. The slow-cooked prime brisket cooked using only wood produces the most succulent, mouth-watering brisket you'll ever taste. So come and experience the prime brisket at ABBQ, where the taste is always unforgettable. Visit us today. Satisfy your cravings for the best barbecue in town at ABBQ. Come meet and drink with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you listen to one commercial today, listen to this one.
Beaver Toyota and Beaver Chevrolet are doing it again, recognizing the local heroes in our community with a brand new car. That's right, we'll be giving away a brand new car, cash, and free oil changes for life to our local heroes. Nominate a law enforcement officer, firefighter, EMT, nurse, teacher, veteran, or your local WOW hero. Head to localwowheroes.com to nominate and vote today. Let's wow our heroes.
Come to Bowden Eye for all your eye care needs. Hicken here. Did you know that diabetes is a leading cause of blindness and affects up to 34 million Americans? Please don't take diabetes lightly. If you have diabetes, see your favorite Bowden Eye doc and save your vision. Bowden Eye is dedicated to the protection and preservation of the treasured gift of sight. Bowden Eye & Associates. Visit today for your personal consultation. Keeping the First Coast focused. New location now open off County Road 210 in St. Johns County.
In your free time, the last thing you want to do is clean your house.
Right.
First Coast Home Pros offers luxurious maid services you can trust. Weekly, bi-weekly, or even one-time deep house cleaning. FirstCoastHomePros.com. FirstCoastHomePros.com.
Hicken here. Guess what July is? National Carpet Cleaning Month. For home carpet cleaning, Zero Res offering $49 per room. And for businesses, they're offering 20% off in July. Zero Res, man. Spell it forwards or backwards. It's the right way to clean.
Zero Res.
Mike Dempsey for Tire Outlet. Is your vehicle in need of some TLC? Bring it to the experts at Tire Outlet. With over 40 years of experience and 15 locations across Florida, Tire Outlet is the brand you can trust. Our certified technicians do the job right to get you in and out in no time flat. Hurry in for great deals on tires and auto services. We offer free tire rotations, free brake inspections, rebate offers on brand name tires, and a legendary price match guarantee on every set of brand new tires. Tire Outlet, wholesale prices, premium service.
Kick off the college football season in Music City with All-Weather Contractors SEC Media Days, presented by South State Bank and brought to you by the Yas Method for pain-free movement, Window World of Northeast Florida, and Coastal Equipment.
Did you know that many cooling companies are now part of big conglomerates with no connection to Northeast Florida? In the past, they have concentrated on heating and air conditioning, but after a buyout, many add plumbing and electrical services. This raises their overhead, and those costs are passed on to the consumer. It's a case where bigger isn't better, it's just more expensive. Not Mike Merritt's Heating and Air. Mike Merritt remains family-owned and operated. Merritt's focus has been the same for more than 30 years, keeping Northeast Florida comfortable, no matter what the weather. And there are no overtime or weekend surcharges. Mike Merritt's team does not work on commission. They repair only what needs repair and offer replacements only on what can't be fixed. And unlike at giant corporations where you can feel like just another number, with Mike Merritt, you'll feel like number one. Florida license CACO 50384.
Sports injuries are a common issue for both adults and children. Dr. George Barry here, and as a specialist in orthopedic care, the team at Barry Orthopedics and Sports Medicine here in Jacksonville provides comprehensive diagnosis and treatment of all types of sports injuries. With additional training in sports medicine and more than 30 years of experience, the team is available to care for your entire family and help you have fun and stay active. Visit us today at BarryOrthopedics.com.
And don't forget to check out Breaking Bones Sunday morning, 7:30 on 1010XL.
At Kubota, they want to help you deliver a job done right. That's why they want you to know that the new Kubota inventory is arriving daily. You've got work to do. They've got the reliable, durable, and versatile lineup to help you do it. Visit Coastal Equipment today for all your equipment needs.
Greater power for the great outdoors. Coastal Equipment.
Coastal Equipment on New Kings Road and in McClenny.
Run to the Jacksonville Sharks for their fight against the Albany Empire this Saturday, July 15th, 7 o'clock, Five-Star Arena. With tickets as low as $15, you can't find this kind of affordable fun anywhere else. It's Halloween and July night, one of the faves. Wear your best Halloween costume for a chance to win the best dressed prize. Enjoy Halloween movies, visit the 13th floor haunted house postgame. Shark Tank, this Saturday, July 15th, 7 o'clock, Five-Star Veterans Memorial Arena. Call 904-621-0700 or go to jacksharks.com. Prepare for a fright. Fins up.
Right now, you may be running a little late, or feeling stressed, or overwhelmed, and you may be going a bit over the speed limit. So to help you relax, exhale. Ease up on the gas. You'll get there when you get there. Take a moment to just chill. This little break is brought to you by Target Zero and the Florida Department of Transportation.
1010XL is presented by Farah & Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars. Protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555. Jacksonville.
Sharks coach Jason Gibson will join us coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll get the latest. Sharks back home this weekend. You ready, E?
Stay ready.
Now.
You don't got to get ready.
Waited to broach this with. Let's do the hats real quick first.
Let's do it.
Get that taken care of. Let me. Better. I like to frame up shots here. Like what?
Right? That's that TV in you.
Look at that. Framed it out. All right. I am going in honor of the Major League Draft and Wyatt Langford of Florida going number 4 overall.
Okay.
This one's an old one now. This one's like 30 years old. This one. It's like mid-90s, bro. I haven't worn this thing in forever. I didn't even know I still had it, to be honest.
A lot of process sweat on that thing.
This is like the old school look of Gator baseball, the old logo. I mean, this is a grandpa hat here now. I give this to old timer and go to the game this weekend. He'll feel right at home. There you go. Old school UF right there, the baseball version. The 1,000th hat that I brought in so far.
We racked them up.
I think tomorrow. What about tomorrow? Is Hicken working tomorrow?
I think he's back tomorrow, man.
Do we think? Does he ever tell anyone? Why is it? Why do we never, like, when I'm off, it's like I'm off this day to that day. There's never any question, when's he coming back or what? This guy's got, like, it's like a flow. It's like ghost-like. Is it not?
It is.
It's like a vapor that wanders around the couple of days that he might be leaving and the couple of days that he might be back.
I think he bats. I think. You never know with that guy.
Maybe it's me and I just don't write it down right.
No, he ain't told me either.
Yeah, right? I'm glad we all get away and all, but we do know he's still alive and
he tweeted at you yesterday.
Oh, he tweeted at me?
Yeah.
That's strange. I don't know why he keeps doing that.
Yeah.
I'm not on Twitter. It'd be hard for him to reach me there.
I got to show it to you. It had to do with the streaker. I guess there was a streaker at the end of the game.
Oh, let me go ahead. This is how well I know my guy. Okay, I'll tell you what, without looking, I don't have Twitter. So I'm like, here's what. So he's tweeted the guy who ran on the field. Let's get in more of that. Okay. Again, because I know this guy like by the bottom of my shoe. Okay, he tweeted something to the effect of, "Oh boy, Prosser got into the brown water." Something like that.
Very accurate. He said, "Dang it, Pros, you can't do that with the video of the guy streaking."
So there you go. Right, 100%. There you go. That was an easy call right there, my friend. Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. What's coming there? Oh, Prosser's drunk and has been arrested. Yeah. Ba-boom.
As far as my hat, I went on.
Yeah, what you got?
I got the old Palencia hat.
Okay.
The golf course.
Yeah, you like Palencia. You were saying you were down there recently for a wedding or something? What'd you do?
I was just doing an event.
Okay.
There was a golf event out there, and they hooked me up with a hat. And what I really like is the signature hole, 16, I believe, with the tree.
Yeah.
And that's the logo.
It's got the little split there.
Yeah, that's the logo on the hat is the tree.
Yeah. Okay.
Old Palencia.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's good. All right. Got some other stuff to get into, but I also got to get to the bottom of something. You want to talk about, my video, at least it's embellished. It's not really me.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
But I hear that ESPN's new 30 for 30 is on the outrageous sideline behavior.
We have those, the drill has those cameras and those microphones.
They're everywhere. We do have them everywhere. And so the Monstars were in action this weekend. And I've been sent by one of the spies some grainy video of what would seem to be my man, E.T., coach of the Monstars, charging into the stands and accosting one of the parents.
Oh.
What happened? What do you got? Welcome to youth sports, my friend. Now the truth comes out. What do we got? What's the issue? I'm looking forward to this.
Well, Papa Bear, man. Papa Bear had to protect his Cubs.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. What happened to you? What was going on with the Cubs?
All right. So the YMCA, they provide a very elaborate rule book that the coaches should go through.
Okay.
And I did my due diligence and I went through it because I want to know the do's and don'ts. You know, what can I do and what
Makes
can't
sense.
I do. And before each game, the coaches decide on how they're going to play as far as the rules.
Oh.
Because there are no referees.
Oh, you're calling your own stuff.
Calling your own stuff, what you're going to allow, what you're going to allow.
That budget over in the Y over there is a little down. You can't throw a man $10 to ref a game.
You know what I'm saying? That's what but all right, cool, whatever.
All right, okay.
So,
in fairness, with grown-ups in the room and 7-year-olds, you ought to be able to play without a referee.
Absolutely.
That shouldn't be that hard.
Absolutely. But this particular game, the coaches did not come to an agreement. Like, we didn't speak about it. So I figured, all right, cool, we're just playing basketball. Well, the first situation was, hey, coach, you can't be on the court with the kids.
That came from their coaches to you?
Yeah, they're coaches. I'm glad you said coaches because they had two coaches.
There's no ref to tell you that, right?
And they have two coaches. All right.
Again, that's also I always found this was silly at that age of sports, whether it's Pop Warner football or baseball. Coaches should be on the field roving.
Absolutely.
It makes sense. You're
They're
instructing.
7. All right.
And there is no rule for or against that, or is there?
No, there is no rule.
Whatever you agree.
Absolutely. The YMCA allows it. Every other team does it. There was no problem. Mind you, this is the same team the Monstars beat down where they had the scoreboard cut off, but that's a different story. All right. But where the big issue came in is where one of the Karens were screaming at one of my Cubs.
Is this like one of the moms of the other team?
One of the moms.
Okay.
All right. And I hear her saying, stop, you can't do that. You can't do that.
Okay. To your player.
My player. What was my player doing, you ask?
Get your mouth off my player's ear, Mom.
What was my player doing, you ask?
Playing defense.
Playing defense. Exactly.
Yeah.
They were saying that you can't steal the ball and you can't block the shot. Well,
what is that not defense?
What are we doing? What are we doing?
It'll be more fun for you when you get to be 12, 13, 14. And
Absolutely.
There's a little bit more of an expectation because in fairness and what I learned, and it doesn't when you're your age and your kids are there and you're still in your athletic, aggressive prime. What you learn is so many of those kids, this will be it for them in sports.
Absolutely.
And sometimes when you do bring them in and they're 6 or 7, they've never played before, they're already uncomfortable, they already don't know, and then they got the Monstars stealing the ball from them every time. And the mom's like,
I
you know
noticed
what?
that.
They're 7. Maybe let him shoot one.
So what do I do? I tell the Monstars, hey, let them shoot.
Okay.
Hey, don't steal the ball.
Which, by the way, is also a slippery slope. You're teaching them. You're teaching them from the get-go the basis of what we're going to do as basketball players, and that's a bad lesson to be at the baseline. So now, I get that part too.
So now they're confused. They're getting upset because I'm telling them don't steal the ball, don't block the shot.
Yeah, that's fair.
Now Karen and Carl are now yelling at me.
So Carl's now who? The same Karen, the same Carl?
There's a Karen and there's a Carl.
Damn it, Carl! What are you doing here? Can't you just What are they yelling about?
They're yelling at me because my kids are still stealing the ball. Okay, mind you, they're 7 and 8.
Yes, correct.
You can tell them not to do it. Guess what they're going to do?
They're playing sports. How about here's an idea, Carl? How about your kid learns to dribble?
Thank you. So we're paying all this money for the YMCA to wear these jerseys. They're going their championship every Saturday is for them to score the basketball.
Sure. Yeah.
And my kids think that I'm a superhero, so I got to protect my kids.
Yeah, you are a superhero.
And so
they don't all wear capes, some wear coaches' whistles.
So I had to, hey, Karen, I'm not going to go back.
Did this get did it ramp up? Was it intense or no? Just more like, come on, settle down.
It wasn't intense.
So immediately the Monstars are the bad guys now. You're the bad guys. You're the team in the black, wearing black and the whole thing.
I was cursing at them and get them out of here, this and that and the third. So that's why every now and then you got to flex on it, Karen.
You were cursing at the parents.
I didn't use it. Not one.
Oh, you did. They acted like
exactly. That's what she was claiming, and to kick me out. Come on, man, stop it.
Yeah, Karens are the worst. And again, here's what happens. Not just kids or parents never played sports at all. Their kids can play. They don't know a damn thing about sports, man. So it's sometimes you gotta like take a couple steps back and explain it to them. This happened to me. I'll never forget this. I think I've told this story before. Youth sports yarn. We got plenty of time to get to Louis Riddick Jr. today. We will. In fact, we're going to go deep into Riddick's thoughts on the Jags. I thought they're very interesting and many on point when we kick things off at 7. At 7 to 7:20, we're going to dive into some Jaguar issues because the season's almost upon us. Then we have a breakfast with Pacelli at 8. So I haven't forgotten. I planned to do it here, but that's how we roll here. We get going. So here's what happened to me when I was about the same age.
All right.
Never mind my other pet peeve. Here's another one that bothers me. If your kid is under the age of 14 and playing sports, you chirping the umpire, and this comes from an umpire hater, and you guys are going to be shocked. You're going to be like, oh, me, of all the guys in the world that wasn't chirping umpires, I didn't, I don't. I'm embarrassed by it. We were at a 12, 13-year-old all-star. The parents were chirping. I had to get up and leave. I get up and leave. I walk out to the left field. I'm not going to be a part of this. You people are idiotic. That's a different angle, though. Here's the one, though, just about learning, because this is an honest mistake, but I had to tell my parents this is a mistake. We are playing, it's pitching machine, so that must be 7 or 8. Or 7 or 8 years old. Pitching machine baseball. You put it in a machine. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yep.
Not kid pitch yet. Past the underhand, T-ball level. It's pitching machine baseball. And so we're playing a game as we were, and perhaps early in the season. And our crowd is here. Our boys are in the field. And, cheering for you guys, make a good play. Again, we don't have a pitcher. We have a pitching machine. We don't have anyone causing the hitters to do anything. There's a machine throwing it. And so, when a kid for the other team strikes out, you don't cheer wildly like you had a pitcher that just struck him out. You're not cheering for your guys. All you're doing is cheering this poor little 8-year-old's failure.
Right.
So, just word of the wise as you get out and play baseball, if you're playing pitching machine baseball and your team, your kids are in the field and the pitching machine strikes out the batter, I don't care if it's bases loaded, 2 outs. You do not cheer. You know why? Because your kids didn't do anything. If the kid hits it and you make a play, you throw him out. Wildly cheer for your guy. This is a small thing. This matters. I got an 8-year-old, and all these idiot grown-ups are chanting up and yelling because he just struck out. Way to go, parents.
Yeah, that's wild right
nice
there.
shot. So they did not get it. You're cheering the game going your team's way.
Right.
And it's the only level of baseball where you have to do this, because once they start pitching, all bets are off. You're cheering for your guy who's doing something.
Right.
But if you got kids playing kid pitch baseball and your team's in the field and the other team, and it's 8-7, bottom of the fourth, and the bases are loaded and the kid strikes out, you don't cheer because your guys didn't do anything. They come in and then you give them high fives and then you cheer when they do something. But yeah, cheering a 7 or 8-year-old striking out against a pitching machine, I really don't know what you're cheering for. I don't. The Braves hit like there's a pitching machine out there. They have mashed the ball, more home runs before the All-Star break than the history of Major League Baseball. They've also homered in 26 straight games. They did lose yesterday. We're going to reset kind of the baseball season, where things stand, the surprises, the disappointments. Major League Baseball draft was last night. You know, the trade deadline is coming in baseball, and the draft was last night, and baseball is a sport where they don't – how dumb is it that there's no draft? Like, there should be trades that involve draft picks. Like, yes, okay, the Tigers have sent the number 3 overall pick to the Angels for Shohei or whatever. It's just strange how they don't trade draft picks in Major League Baseball, and why it's not allowed and why it doesn't happen. And, I mean, you can trade right now, like players. I mean, deadline will be at the end of the month. We're going to see a very busy second half of July. That's always fun to kind of reset the home stretch with some of the moves that were made. But we've got kind of summarized the baseball season as we sit here in mid-season. Having a little backlash to the Swamp renovation, I guess it's kind of pretty much decided moving forward, or it seems to be decided that they're going to lower capacity there from like 90,000 to 75,000, and the fans are not happy. To the point, I guess I read that on one of the social media platforms, they've put out a petition, no less than 80. I see this here. How much game day atmosphere do you sacrifice for the creature comforts? Going from 90,000 to 75,000, that's significant. Not just for the game day atmosphere, but also because that's less fans that you can fit inside your stadium. And at the end of the day, the more, certainly the merrier, particularly if you are playing well. So more on that. We'll get into that in the 7 o'clock hour a little bit for you as well. All right, I'm going to say this too, and then we'll come back with a football fix. We got into last week, this little Rose Zhang, the golfer for the LPGA.
Stanford.
Two-time NCAA champion on the women's side, never happened. U.S. amateur champion on the women's side. The course record holder for women at Pebble Beach, where they played this week's major. Came her very first LPGA Tour event she won. Her second was a major. She finished top 10. Her third was this U.S. Open, and I said she's got like a Tiger effect, at least as far as bringing interest. And, then everyone's, oh, Tiger, and they, act like you're calling her Tiger. That's not what I called her. But I'll stand by a Tiger effect. I think she's going to dominate on the LPGA. She's easy to watch. She's a terrific story. And she's going to have a lot of success. And I watched LPGA golf more this weekend when I was able to. In this case, it was more Thursday and Sunday. I was gone and down in Tampa for much of the weekend. But so when Rose Zhang only finishes 9th, the 19-year-old was only top 10 at the LPGA. Y'all are right. She's terrible. But then like the cynical, how's Tigris doing? I see the Tigris was won over. So here's my point. To all of those who are so cynically, ribbing me about, the Tiger effect of this Rose Zhang, right? All of you. There's a bunch of you. Mr. Tennis sent me a text, some others, right? Just poking fun a little bit. So I would ask you this, and this is a serious question, and we'll just leave it at this. those of you texting me making fun of comparing her to Tiger, I'm just going to ask you a question that I want you to answer honestly. You don't even have to give it to me. Answer it to yourself. But my question is this, okay? My question is this. When's the last time you checked an LPGA leaderboard? When's the last time you clicked on an LPGA tournament on the leaderboard for any reason to see, in this case, where a golfer finished? I'll wait. Because I'm guessing that for those of you that know where Rose Zhang finished this week, that is the Tiger effect I'm talking about. If you have, in some cases, never clicked on an LPGA leaderboard in your life, or since Michelle Wie was coming up, and you know that she, quote, failed by finishing top 10, that's what the Tiger effect is. Bringing an interest to a sport that before was not there. So if you're chastising me and making fun of the proclamation of she has a Tiger effect, and you're doing this because, I don't know, you just searched an LPGA leaderboard for the first, you just paid attention to an LPGA tournament for the first time maybe ever, then you're kind of proving my point. It's not about where she finished in this particular major. That's not what is the all-encompassing Tiger effect. It's the interest that she is going to draw to a sport that before was not getting that level of interest. And so, if by ribbing me, you're reminding me, you're telling me where she finished, well, then you're proving my point. You know where this little girl finished on an LPGA Tour event, an event that you could not tell me, even though it's a major, you couldn't tell me who's won any of the last 10 U.S. Women's Opens. Back with a football fix, news and notes around the National Football League. I mean, it seems like the offers are there. Which one is DeAndre Hopkins going to take, or how long will he play the waiting game? The latest details when we come back next here on 1010XL 92.5 FM.
The Drill on 1010XL. From the studios of Republic Services, we'll handle it from here.
This is Brent Musburger's VSiN Action Update on 1010XL. Now, here are the latest lines from my guys in the desert.
And it's being brought to you by Duck Duck Rooter Plumbing, Septic, and Air Conditioning, a proud partner of the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Miami Marlins couldn't quite finish off a 4-game series sweep of the St. Louis Cardinals. They lose yesterday by a 3-0 score. Tonight they open up a series against the Phillies. Good pitching matchup as Sandy Alcantara is going to start for the Fish. The right-hander is 3-7, a 4.93 ERA. Zach Wheeler is going to go for the Phillies. He is 7-4 with a 4.03 ERA. The Phillies are favored in tonight's game, paying out at -124. The Marlins, they pay at +106. Tampa Bay and Atlanta open up a series against each other tonight. Tyler Glass now pitching for the Rays, and the Rays are considered -120 favorites. For the latest odds all the time, visit vsin.com. I'm Matt Pauley. This has been your action update on 1010XL.
Hurricane season is here, and if you own or run a business, you must protect your valuable property from parking lot floods. Call Duck Duck Rooter, your storm drain maintenance experts. Our VACCON team specializes in regular storm drain maintenance to keep your property safe and secure. With Duck Duck Rooter, you can trust our professionals to keep your storm drains clear, preventing floods and ensuring the well-being of your customers and employees. Call us today at 904-862-6769 to schedule your storm drain maintenance. Visit DuckDuckRooter.com for more information.
It's time to fire up the grill. Houston's Meat Specials of the Week. 10 pounds of fresh jumbo chicken wings, only $12.95. 2-pack pork spare ribs, only $1.99 a pound. And whole T-bone steaks at $5.95 a pound. Only at Houston's Meats, Main Street and 295.
I don't want to go to bed at night dreading waking up in the morning knowing that I'm going to feel like a rusty lawn chair getting out of bed and getting opened up and not being able to really move for a couple hours really throughout the day.
For former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter and those dealing
I don't want to go to bed at night dreading waking up in the morning knowing that I'm going to feel like a rusty lawn chair getting out of bed and getting opened up and not being able to really move for a couple hours really throughout the day.
For former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter and those dealing with daily aches and pains, QC Kinetics regenerative pain treatments are a game changer, providing long-lasting relief.
Go into a specific joint, a specific region, and then help promote that healing process using your own body's mechanisms to heal. I mean, that's been something that's pretty powerful, and There's no surgery. There's no downtime.
QC Kinetics natural treatments help the body heal and restore itself. No more rusty lawn chair.
It's no surprise to see people being willing to try this first, especially when it has such great results.
Pain relief the natural way. QC Kinetics. Call today for your complimentary consultation. Find out if you're a good candidate for treatment.
Call QC Kinetics, 904-274-5522. That's 904-274-5522. 904-274-5522.
Let me get this thing unwrapped here.
Duval! Praz, what in the world are you doing working on your Duval?
That's right, man. I really identify with Duval.
You live in St. Johns County, knucklehead.
I mean the Duval sub, the Dailies Dash Duval. Turkey, ham, melted cheddar, and habanero jack cheeses. Lettuce, tomato, crispy and fresh, like me. I'm sure there's a Dailies Dash sub that sums you up.
The boss.
Because, of course,
oven roasted beef, Munster cheese, roasted mushrooms, caramelized onions. It's the boss of all subs. Only available for me.
That's just not true.
What do you mean? I walked in the other day, screamed, "You know it!" and said, "A boss for a boss."
Well, no matter who you are, there is a Dailies Dash sandwich or sub for you.
Go find yours. They may even make you a boss.
I'm sure they will, because it is Dailies Dash.
Where more is better.
And you got that right.
Your quick and easy solution for paying the lowest price on car insurance is Estrella Insurance. E to the T here and start saving the big bucks and pay less today. Call 1-800-CAR-INSURANCE and see for yourself. That's 1-800-CAR-INSURANCE or visit EstrellaInsurance.com.
Men suffering from ED or PE, you'll see instant results on your first visit at Prime Men's Medical Center. For a limited time, your initial consultation and first treatment are totally free. You'll even get a gift that enhances performance in the bedroom. Call 904-664-8217.
Weekends were made for sports, and I'll tell you my take on this weekend's best options. Pick it here. Watch for Weekend with Dan on YouTube and Facebook. Weekend with Dan is brought to you by Stone Core. We do outdoors better.
Hey, Jags fans. Renewal by Andersen is a proud partner with your favorite team, and they bring that same commitment to excellence to your home's windows and doors. With their advanced Fibrex material and energy-efficient glass options, their windows and doors are the perfect choice for your next home improvement project. Let them help you bring more light and life into your home. Schedule a complimentary consultation today. Renewal by Andersen, the official window and door replacement partner of the Jacksonville Jaguars. License number CGC 1527613.
Hi, this is Dale Murray from South Georgia to Central Florida and coast to coast. The Murray Ford Superstores are still putting the customers first and cranking out the deals those big city dealers can't touch. It's no wonder everybody's driving to Murray Ford Superstore to purchase their new vehicle. It's simple. If Murray Ford Superstores doesn't have it, the manufacturer doesn't build it. Plus, you get a 15-year, 150,000-mile warranty included on every qualified new and pre-owned vehicle. Shazam! Holy Jesus Aruba, Batman, how do we do it? There's no reason for your purchase to take all day, running around with those big city dealers and being flim-flammed with those big city prices. Nobody beats our prices, and I mean nobody. And we'll trade anything from aluminum cans to minivans. Be American, buy Murray Ford Superstore. Compare our prices online at ShazamAuto.com. Then come see me, Dale Murray, in Stark or Kingsland. I'll be waiting for you. And remember, at any Murray Superstore, it's all about you. Shazam!
Instant Keys. You don't have to go to the dealer. Instant Keys comes to you. For lost or broken keys or nearly any make and model of vehicle, call 722-1111 for Instant Keys locksmith service.
A lot of companies will tell you they're the best. At Custom Tree Surgeons, they show you every time. Custom Tree Surgeons has built an all-pro team. Every tree service professional has years of experience, continually trained and certified. They know what, when, and how to handle any job. It gets done efficiently and quickly by a team of experts. So for tree trimming, removal, stump grinding, and emergency services, forget any name other than Custom Tree Surgeons. There is no job they can't do better. Go to our website, CustomTreeSurgeons.com. That's CustomTreeSurgeons.com, and let them show you how the job is supposed to get done.
Hurricane season is officially underway, and now's the perfect time to make sure your home is protected from those storms by scheduling a complimentary roof inspection with Universal Roof and Contracting. And right now, get 15% off your roofing project, plus flexible financing. This offer expires July 31st and restrictions apply. Universal Roof and Contracting, proud partner of the Jacksonville Jaguars. License number CCC 1330747, CGC 1258484.
UniversalRoof.com.
1010XL is presented by Farah and Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars. Protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555. Jacksonville.
You know what warms a morning show's heart?
What's that?
A host's heart on a morning show when you're just so content heavy. I got so much interesting stuff to impart on you, the burgeoning listening audience, as we move through. We still got 3 more hours to go, man. Got a lot more to get to. I got good, to me, really interesting stuff to dig into. I got a good solid hour's worth of Jag talk that we could go boom. We could start a clock and without pausing, jumping from subject to subject, some intriguing news and notes. Did a lot of gatekeeping since I got back from Tampa to get ready for today's program. And there's some really interesting Jaguar talking points out there. Not the least of which was Louis Riddick was on with Rich Eisen, and he double and triple down on what he thinks the Jaguars are going to be this year. And we're going to get into that when we come back on the other side when we get into a football fix. As expected, the 2 LSU kids go 1-2 in the draft last night. The pitcher Skeens to the Pirates, the hitter Cruz to the Nats, and then Wyatt Langford, who could have gone 1 or 2 and most thought would be 3 to Detroit, instead goes number 4. Another Gator goes to my Braves. Hurston Waldrop, the hard-throwing pitcher, so good in the postseason up until that last game against LSU, goes to Atlanta at 21. The Braves, man, you look at their track record of what they do with some of these pitchers. Spencer Strider, Bryce Elder, I mean, 2 of the reasons why, or certainly big reasons why the Braves have been as good as they have this second half without their aces, Max Fried and Kyle Wright. By the way, Max Fried pitched a rehab start yesterday. Limited pitch count, but did take the mound in a game situation, no runs allowed. But that should be a good match there between the Braves and Hurston Waldrop as well. More on that Major League Draft as we move along this morning as well. And as I said, when we come back on the other side, lots of Jags stuff, lots of Jags news. The training camp starts next week, gang. I mean, I am excited. We got this new facility down there. That's going to put a whole new buzz on the beginning of training camp.
I keep driving past that thing, and man, I can't wait to go in there.
Yeah, I can't either. It looks really nice. It'll be a lot more comfortable for both the fans, the media, the team. By the way, media third in importance among those 3. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, it's a beautiful looking facility. That'll be fun to get down there and check that out. And again, the full squad is reported within 2 weeks, and the team itself, I believe it's July 21st. So, what are we, the 10th today? The 11th? They were the 10th. I mean, we're 11 days out, man. Late next week, Jags will be on the field, and we got a lot to dive into when it comes to that. Meanwhile, fire up the band. We got a football fix. Let's give you some of the news and notes. The big thing here is where we've gotten to with DeAndre Hopkins. Because now the word comes out that the Titans have made an offer. The Patriots have made an offer. And the Chiefs are still in conversations. Hopkins, 31, probably knows the last time he's going to have a chance to hit it. And so I think he's just waiting for the ante to get upped and maybe some bidding to take place. But the front runners now, Patriots and Titans, continue to be in communication with Hopkins. Both reportedly with offers on the table. No signing appears imminent. Titans reportedly have been more aggressive. I think that signals a lot, right, for the Titans if they do go hard after DeAndre Hopkins. Man, I do not want that joker going to the Titans. Just a little shell-shocked from our DNA on exactly what we are. Those Titans they're going to turn around and go 5-12 this year, and I think they'll be the strongest opposition. If you had DeAndre Hopkins, Treylon Burks emergence, you already got Derrick Henry. I mean, the Titans were the number 1 seed in the AFC just 2 years ago. And where'd they lose? Their last 7 last year? Their last 6? I mean, they completely went in the tank with no quarterback. So, enough about them. We're going to beat that A. Don't get me wrong. We're going to win the division. But I'd prefer maybe if he didn't go to the Titans. Hopkins, though, does not seem to be any rush to sign. Smart on his part. Guess what starts next week almost everywhere? Training camp. If you're D-Hop, I'm going to wait till August 20th. Yeah, I'm going to take a pass on running around that hot sun for these 3 weeks. I can catch the ball. Y'all trust me. I'll see you in late August. We shall see. The Chiefs also keeping in contact, according to reports. So they have some interest, but they seem to be the third, kind of in line. Apparently, the Dolphins are not offering what Dalvin Cook is looking for. Patriots and Jets reportedly interested in that as they move along. The Pro Bowler Cook fielding interest. Really, just about the entire AFC East has at least reached out. Now, there's also kind of this notion that Cook is waiting for some extra leverage if he waits until after that July 17th deadline for teams and their franchise tag players to come to any sort of agreement if they're going to. So you take those guys off the market, and suddenly, Dalvin Cook is even more option 1A if Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs. It's known for sure that they're not going to be out there and available. So, boy, the Jets, that'd be kind of a Jet sign of going all in. They do have Breece Hall, who they like so much, but again, injured last year, so. Oof. There are training camp battles, around the league, some more intriguing than others. Oh, to be a Bucs fan, you've had Tom Terrific, the GOAT, the last 3 years, and now you're settling in for a training camp battle between Baker Mayfield and Kyle Trask. But Tristan Wirfs says he's ready to step up as a leader. We had Tom. Tom's an incredible leader. He's an incredible person. You could put him up there with the best leaders of all time. He was very vocal. He'd bring the whole offense together. He'd bring the whole team together. He'd give speeches after practice. Wirfs is 24, doesn't expect to be at Brady's level, but he is ready to take over as team leader if necessary. Obviously, I'm not even close to that level, but I want to say a couple of things, how I'm feeling or what I'm thinking, just how practice went, just little things. I've been trying to do that more, trying to be someone the younger guys can lean to or ask me questions, whatever. It's weird. I still feel young, but going into year 4, I've been to the Super Bowl, been to the playoffs, been to the NFC Championship. I've done stuff. Yes, you have. The timeline for returning from torn ACLs just gets shorter and shorter and shorter, and at least as far as the player itself is concerned, Javonte Williams says he's ready to go. Tore his ACL week 4 of last season. He said yesterday the plan is for him to be cleared for the start of training camp and to participate at some practices after the team's vets report on July 25th. We shall see, man. Sometimes it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? You want to get back? Gosh, you sure want to make sure you're healthy so that you don't suffer any sort of a re-injury or relapse. That's Football Fix. You're welcome. It's brought to you by the Jacksonville Sharks. And the Sharks are back home this weekend. So if they're in the tank, I got the fuel. A 4-pack, family 4-pack of tickets coming your way right now. Caller number 5 this morning. A high 5 will get 4 tickets to the Sharks at home against the Predators. We beat that Predators rear end 67-44 down in Orlando this weekend. We'll beat them even worse this time around. And Sharks coach Jason Gibson joins us in the 9 o'clock hour. But instead of going to jacksharks.com, picking your tickets up, or calling the Sharks ticket line. No, you don't do all that. You just call 641-1010 right now. Caller number 5, and you'll go on us. Back for the 7 o'clock hour, and one NFL analyst, one former front office executive who puts the Jags right up there with the Bengals, Chiefs, and Bills when it comes to their chances this season. I'll share that exciting drum banging for you when we return next here on 1010XL 92.5 FM.
The Drill on 1010XL. From the studios of Republic Services, we'll handle it from here.
She's not very good with numbers.
We've got your winning numbers right here.
Let's count to 10, all right?
10. 10XL.
Aren't you forgetting something?
92.5 FM.
We are number 1.
Are you tired of leaky roofs, outdated siding, and drafty windows? It's time to call the experts at All Pro Roofing. All Pro Roofing is excited to announce we're not just about roofs anymore. We've got you covered when it comes to exterior siding and windows too. We'll transform your property into a modern and energy-efficient space. All Pro Roofing, now your trusted partner for commercial roofing, multifamily projects, exterior siding, and windows. AllProRoofingLLC.com.
License number CCC 1327056.
Oh boy, not again.
Do you feel this way every time there's rain in the forecast? Amy Salt, owner of CrossFit Salt to Tear in the Riverside area, definitely did.
I had major rain anxiety from all the water collecting outside my gym. That's why I'm so happy I reached out to Clearwater Drainage. John came out, designed a system that moved the water off of my property, and all my kettlebells are now dry. I'm sleeping so much better at night.
Clearwater Irrigation.
And drainage, too.
ClearwaterJacks.com.
Flickering lights and hot switches can be annoying. They can also signal a major problem or electrical emergency. So leave it to the pros and Mr. Sparky.
888-8 Your on-time electrician, Mr. Sparky of the First Coast.
You'll now find New Day Veterinary Care at 8 local Pet Paradise. New Day is the new way in vet care for you and your pet. But let's just be upfront, Pet Paradise. Now synonymous with the ultimate in care for your pet. Let's face it, he's a member of your family. And spots are filling up fast with summer travel coming up. Your pet doesn't want to miss out. You need to go to petparadise.com right now and secure your location. Pet Paradise has 8 North Florida locations. Take care of all your pet health needs, from veterinary to grooming. I love the staff. Staffs are so underrated. I don't care where you're going. Every time I go into a Pet Paradise location and I see the happy pooches arriving, I don't know who's got the bigger smile. The dogs, the cats, or the staff. They've got climate-controlled suites. These hot summer months, they'll be playing in the pool. They love your pet like you do, and you're going to love Pet Paradise. PetParadise.com. Go there now.
Are you an experienced automotive technician and tired of working for employers who put profit over people? Then come to Action Transmission on Merrill Road and get trained on how to diagnose and rebuild today's complex transmissions. See how we're different. Get traction on your career and come to Action.
Equal opportunity employer.
Hicken here. Guess what July is? National Carpet Cleaning Month. For home carpet cleaning, Zero Res offering $49 per room. And for businesses, they're offering 20% off in July. Zero Res, man. Spell it forwards or backwards. It's the right way to clean.
Zero Res.
Home of the Jacksonville Jaguars. WJXL AM Jacksonville Beach. WJXL FM Jacksonville Beach.
Hey, this is Stevie Beechurst of Beechurst Plumbing. Growing up in Jacksonville, I was always proud when my dad would point at a building and say, I did the plumbing for that. That's the same kind of pride we instill in every plumber here at Beechurst Plumbing. And that's the kind of pride you can expect when you hire Beechurst Plumbing for your home or business. Right now, we're doing spring specials to get your project going. To find out how we can help you, visit BeechurstPlumbing.com. BETROS Plumbing.com. Beechurst Plumbing, here to help.
Jimerson Burr is a full-service, Florida-based commercial law firm that has experience and capabilities to handle any legal issue a business is confronted with. Learn more about what they can do for you at JimersonFirm.com.
Hello, First Coast. I'm sure by now you have seen our bright green GFL trucks and containers throughout the greater Jacksonville area. We're an industry leader in solid waste and would love the opportunity to earn your business. We're committed to customer service, reliability, and have an unwavering focus on safety. Whether commercial or construction, let us haul your waste away. Call 904-760-5880 to get a quote today from GFL, Green for Life.
Frank Frangie here. Do you find yourself straining to catch every word, missing out on the sweet sounds of life? Then you need to go to see Jerry Howard at Ponte Vedra Hearing Associates. His team will assess your hearing needs with a free screening and recommend a personalized solution. Ponte Vedra Hearing Associates offers professional quality hearing health care with the most competitive pricing. Call 404-5108. That's 404-5108 or visit PonteVedraHearing.com today.
For the past 5 years in Jacksonville, J-Dog Junk Removal has been on a mission to put veterans back to work. They have successfully helped over 40 veterans find meaningful employment, and they're not stopping there. Their goal is to reach an astounding 75 veterans employed by the year 2025, all in our local community.
J-Dog Junk Removal. Veteran owned, veteran operated.
This is your Southeast Orthopedic Specialist local sports update brought to you by Monahan Jewelers. I'm E.T. Louis Riddick recently joined the Eisen Show, Rich Eisen, and let's just say he's high on your Jacksonville Jaguars tight end room.
This Brenton Strange, who they drafted from Penn State, the tight end, him and Evan Ingram will be as good as a pass-catching duo as there is in the NFL. And I know people are going to go, damn, Louis, you're always so positive on all these. Not everybody can be this good. But you know me, man. If I don't like guys, I'll say I don't like guys. I like this team. And they are going to be explosive on offense.
And in some other news, the Major League Baseball draft was recently held. Paul Skeens went first overall to the Pirates, where Dylan Cruz, his former teammate at LSU, went second. And former Florida Gator Wyatt Langford was drafted fourth overall by the Rangers. Currently it's 7:10 and it's 79 degrees. Your time and your temp is brought to you by Bueller Air Conditioning. Stay cooler with Bueller.
1010XL is presented by Farah & Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars. Protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555. Jacksonville.
All right, we are back here on the drill. Time to roll up our sleeves, dig in on the Jags, and gosh, just about all in. You'll find Louis Riddick Jr. Riddick, you know, from ESPN. He was in the booth for Monday Night Football for a year or two. He's part of all their panel shows when it comes to talking NFL. Former player and executive in the league. Louis Riddick knows his stuff. Look, he's like a lot of these guys on ESPN. They get accused sometimes of being too positive. He even spoke to that. I know people say I'm too positive. I'm just telling you when it comes to this team. So who is this team in this case? This team is the Jacksonville Jaguars. Look, Riddick was on with Rich Eisen. And they talked about a number of issues, but they got stuck on the Jags. And when Rich Eisen asked Louis Riddick which AFC team nobody was talking about that's an under-the-radar Super Bowl contender, he, without any hesitation, had his answer ready. He loves the teal and black.
Jacksonville, for sure, is the team. And the South's going to be better overall, but Jacksonville has got dudes, man. And Doug Peterson is a fantastic coach. Their defensive coordinator, Mike Caldwell, is going to be an up-and-coming, under-the-radar head coaching candidate who's going to get some interviews this year.
Now, look, when he talks about Doug Peterson, it starts there with Riddick. And we're going to get into some other things that he said. You guys are ready to get fluffed up this morning? All right? You're going to get pumped up. You're going to leave this little 10 minutes we're about to do on Louis Riddick, the Jags training camp started, and you're going to have a little pep in your step. Your chest is going to bow up. This man knows what he's talking about. Well, of course, we always think that the guys that are predicting big things for our team really know what they're talking about. But Riddick is fair, and this is not contrived. I guess why this stands out to me more from these other analysts that we see say nice things. When we talked the other day, there was ESPN, one of their shows, they were kicking around the Jags and Trevor and MVP candidate and all that good stuff. But sometimes that what you hear in that voice, it's like real enthusiasm. It's like, real belief. And it really starts when it comes to Riddick. It's Peterson. It's what he did in Philly. It's what he did last year. My man loves him some Dougie P.
Doug Peterson as a leader and as a person, I couldn't be higher on any coach in the NFL as I am on him as far as a guy who's already won a Super Bowl, but now it's kind of like trying to put his name back in the upper echelon of coaches again.
All right, let's just go a little bit further on why that is with Peterson. And he's, stepped around the edges of it there on some things he likes, but he's going to get a lot more detailed here in what you're about to hear. And let's just kind of remember what Doug Peterson was able to do last year, a year ago. And I don't mean what he did from year 1 to year 2 with Trevor, the overall improvement. Let's remember where this team was in the middle of the year. That's what should get you so. Look what Doug Peterson, in the same year, his first year, what did Doug Peterson teach you as a fan about giving up on your football team? Did he teach you anything? Did Doug Peterson teach any of you guys in the fan base a thing at all about giving up on your football team?
Don't do it.
Not big picture and small picture. He taught you a lesson, if you did, about giving up on your football team. It's a mistake. It would have been a mistake to give up on this football team at, what were they, 4-7?
Mm-hmm.
Mistake. Rattled them off. What were they, 4-8 even? They won their last 5 to finish 9-8, right? Or 6. I mean, that's just an incredible finish. Mistake to give up on your football team. And then once they got to the postseason, what happened?
Don't give up.
Down what? 30 to 28 nothing?
27 nothing.
27 nothing to the Chargers. Approaching halftime. Couple minutes before the half, down 27 nothing. Don't give up.
Don't give up.
I think that, as much as anything, that is such a lesson to teach. It's such an experience, a history for a fan base to have. Because you know what, gang? What happens if we're 2-4 this year?
Don't give up.
Anybody ready to scream and run from the village? I'm not. I ain't giving up yet. We learned that last year. Don't give up. Doug Peterson did an excellent job when it comes to that. And you can also fall in. Let's throw just another aspect into that. He had a terrible rookie year, 12 touchdowns, 17 picks. He left Denver looking like a guy who hadn't proved a damn bit from that rookie year. And don't give up on Trevor Lawrence, because he's going to end up with 25 touchdowns, 8 picks, and needle pointed sky high. You know who else was in Denver for that turning point?
Who that?
Louis Riddick Jr., part of the broadcast crew that day. He had a conversation with Doug Peterson about Trevor when he was there, and boy, does it seem poignant now.
Here's really what makes it all go. End of story. It makes it all go. We went over to London last year before they played Denver and did their game for ESPN Plus. Talked to Doug extensively about Trevor Lawrence's maturation as a quarterback and how he had to basically almost be like rehabilitated and kind of had to really be infused with confidence after the struggle he had as a rookie, not just on the field, but just with his confidence and with the way he was coached and the way he was supported and not supported and how he was he basically was the adult in the organization his rookie year, which is unfair for him. And how you could see as the season went on, leading up to the way he played in the postseason, how this guy was just making huge strides week after week with his maturation and how he was starting to play like that guy who they said was a can't-miss guy. Year 2 in Doug's system, what do you think is going to happen to this dude now that he's got the best route runner in the NFL in Calvin Ridley, all these tight ends, a young up-and-coming offensive line that's a little green on the edges, that's got it, but they'll get better, and these running backs, what do you think is going to happen with this football team? They're going to explode.
All right. Explode. A couple of guys, again, ETN's under the radar. He's better than y'all been thinking. I saw, by the way, Next Gen Stats, NGS, they track all these different things. Travis Etienne was the 3rd most explosive player in the NFL last year, a runner. Only Kenneth Walker and Justin Fields hit all the sweet spots of that Next Gen Stats when it comes to how fast you get up to speed and what plays you make. I'm going to remind myself here of just exactly how effusive they were in their praise. But Next Gen Stats ranks Etienne the NFL's 3rd most explosive runner in his first full season, already establishing himself as one of the best. After being sidelined his entire rookie year, tallied just shy of 1,500 total yards. Numbers hefty on their own, but it was how he managed to get those yards that has caught the eyes of the analytics. And again, this is why you can run good, you can not give up a lot of sacks, but people can still wonder about your O-line. The former Clemson standout scored a 90 out of 100 in terms of total explosiveness. He trailed only Kenneth Walker of the Seahawks and Justin Fields of the Bears. Etienne had 26 runs last year of 10-plus yards and hit speeds of 15 miles per hour or greater on 56 rushes. That basically was 25% of the time that Etienne had a carry, he hit at least 15 miles per hour on the clock. Didn't stop there. He hasn't lost that 4.45 40-yard dash speed he showed at the combine. He came in second in the NFL behind only Fields with 6 runs that reached over 20 miles per hour. He also added 13 total runs that earned 10 or more yards over expected. That's an important stat. I mean, we talk about analytics in other sports. I bog down in some of the football analytics. They don't make as much sense to me. That one makes a lot of sense. Expected yards when you get handed the football based on the defenders in front of you and the blocking you're getting. This dude had 13 runs last year that got 10 more yards than he should have gotten based on how they blocked in front of him and how the defense defended. So, again, this is a guy coming off an injury doing that, and I'm not going to belabor. We've done a lot of Travis Etienne. He's got a big fan club here. I bring that up not for Travis Etienne. I don't. That's accepted. This was just kind of putting some numbers on, just how explosive he was last year. But I did all that to set up this. Here's Louis Riddick Jr. talking about the Jaguars running back. Only the Jaguars running back he's talking about isn't Travis Etienne.
But the running back, Travis Etienne, is a stud. Tank Bigsby from Auburn, the running back they got in the third, I thought Tank was one of the best running backs in the draft. I mean, in the third round, he's going to be another one of those guys where I look back and go, how the hell did Tank Bigsby last till the third round? He's going to be that kind of guy.
Oh. Well, now.
I'm starting to get higher on Bigsby.
I'm banging that drum for you about a month ago. Don't mind me.
I'm starting to get higher.
I don't just sit here and just look at names and talk about them for a while. Kind of come with some. I have a genuine belief in a few things. I genuinely believe the Jags will shatter that mark of 35 sacks as a team. I genuinely believe that the Jaguars will be a top 5 offense. I don't think they can be. I don't think they might be. I think they will be a top 5 offense. Riddick loved the pick of Strange. He loves the tight end room. He loves everything about this Jaguars offense. He, too, thinks it's going to flash as a top 3, top 5 offense. But it's what he said about the defense. We're not done yet, gang. Feeling good. A feel-good Monday morning as we look at this national perspective. Louis Riddick Jr. is super high on the offense, and unlike the rest of the world, he doesn't seem to think that the Jaguars' defense sucks at all.
And defensively, they've got athletes galore everywhere. It's really going to come down to, look, Mike has got – this is where I think it's going to all come together. Yep. See, Mike's a young up-and-coming defensive coordinator. He's got a bunch of guys on the defensive side of the football that are just fantastic freaking athletes who are young and are still trying to figure out how to play together and make plays in the biggest of moments.
How you feeling, Jack fan? We got training camp opening up in just a little bit over a week. I read, I believe, was it buddy Justin Barney maybe over at Channel 4? Somebody talked to, I think it was Channel 4. I like to credit people that when I read a story and who brought it in, and what I don't want to do is credit the wrong person, but I'm pretty sure this is a Channel 4, so I'm going to go with that. I apologize if it was one of the other outlets. But they caught up with the Daytona guy, and, listen, we know that the mayoral position has now changed over. It's officially Donna Deegan in downtown. The talks with the Jags, getting this thing locked up. Now we're learning the price tag of what's going to have to be committed on both sides. Basically $1 billion on both sides. $1 billion from Shad, $1 billion from the city. Before you clap back and wonder why he doesn't spend his own money, understand this. As rich as Shad Khan is, $1 billion would be like a 12th of his total net worth. You taking out a 12th of your total net worth and investing it in Jacksonville, Florida? Here's a man that's willing to. Just don't lose sight of, he's asking for a lot. Why isn't he pay it? One of the richest men in the world is going to take, between a 12th and a 15th of his total net worth and putting it into our city here and our future with a beautiful new stadium and an awesome downtown. And I can't wait to age out of this earthly process, living in the best city in the world with finally the downtown that it deserves. I'm looking forward to that. And so ultimately we'll get there. But in the meanwhile, You're going to have to play somewhere when you're not. We know this. And we've talked about the various options that are out there. We seem to have in our mind Gainesville, Orlando more than the others. But Daytona now is serious about getting these Jaguar games. Yes, it was speaking with our friends over at News4Jax, in this case, Justin Barney. Speedway President Frank Kelleher said Daytona is serious about being the Jags' home away from home. They are studying the framework and structure of what a potential football setup would look like. Quote, myself personally and our team, we've spent some time in Jacksonville meeting with their leadership, had a variety of follow-up phone calls with architects and engineers and design firms, really looking at our property and our footprint, how understanding just what is available here. Now, Mark Lamping, when he spoke last week, he did say that the Speedway would be, quote, an interesting solution, but with the upgrades to TIAA Bank, soon to be EverBank again, right?
Yep, the bank going to the bank.
Okay. So they're going to have to play away from home for 2 years. Again, assuming once this whole taxpayer, conglomeration with the Jags goes through. Daytona has hosted football games previously. They had a high school game way back in the 50s, a college game in the 70s. But last year they hosted Soccer Fest, which put a soccer field in the area between the racetrack and the infield. The Speedway has also served as host to a major music festival, Welcome to Rockville. We've given you tickets to that, Googans, and I'm sure you've gone down to that.
Uh-huh.
So he continues to say, so it's kind of gone from, I think we can do non-stick-and-ball sports at Daytona to here's images of what we pulled off. World-class events on a world-class pitch. We obviously have the acreage. I feel like we offer things the other venues don't. So not only are they up for it, it sounds like they almost want to compete. They want the Jags there, it sounds like, doesn't it? Daytona, 89 miles. It is an easy drive. It's a heck of a lot easier. Having just gone that footprint, it's a heck of a lot easier than going to Orlando. Gainesville is also relatively easy for a lot of the fan base, but not as easy as Daytona, just sitting right off the interstate with all the parking and infrastructure already available. But the Speedway president calls it, quote, a real compelling story to have the Jaguars play in a Speedway that seats over 100,000. Neither organization has any time to waste. It's a big situation for the Jags to solve, so again, we're grateful to be in consideration. And yes, I mean, the Jags having a conversation with a football stadium, is less wonky, less work than talking with a 2.5 high bank mile racetrack. However, with that comes a lot of unique opportunities and unique storylines that, again, from an acreage standpoint and visibility standpoint, we can safely solve and if not bring more than the others can bring. So, whereas we've heard willing to work from some of the other places, this is the first time it seems like one of these options is going on the offensive a little bit. And so I'll let you know whatever develops out of that. E will quiz, my upkeep of what happened this weekend, the landscape, as it were. And there's some interesting stories that today's a good day for that. We're so content heavy with some cool locally generated stuff that 10-minute drill is a good time to catch up because there were some interesting, national and local sports headlines this weekend as well. We'll come back and dish them to you with the 10-minute drill next on the Monday Morning Quarterback. DivorceMenOnly.com.
Now, Downtime with Dan, brought to you by Ameris Bank. Whether you need help with business, personal, or mortgage banking, we're with you. Ameris Bank is an equal housing lender. Member FDIC.
The Drill from the studios at Republic Services. We'll handle it from here.
Are you looking to make a move? Whether you're buying your first home or your forever home, at Ameris Bank, we'll help you get the keys in your hand. Our local mortgage bankers will guide you through the process, from choosing the right loan to closing on your new home, and everything in between. We even offer down payment and closing cost assistance to eligible first-time home buyers. Visit amerisbank.com/mortgage to learn more and find a mortgage banker near you. Ameris Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. All loans subject to credit approval.
Hi, this is Dale Murray from South Georgia to Central Florida and coast to coast. The Murray Ford Superstores are still putting the customers first and cranking out the deals those big city dealers can't touch. It's no wonder everybody's driving to Murray Ford Superstore to purchase their new vehicle. It's simple. If Murray Ford Superstores doesn't have it, the manufacturer doesn't build it. Plus, you get a 15-year, 150,000-mile warranty included on every qualified new and pre-owned vehicle. Shazam! Holy Jesus Aruba Batman, how do we do it? There's no reason for your purchase to take all day, running around with those big city dealers and being flim-flammed with those big city prices. Nobody beats our prices, and I mean nobody. And we'll trade anything from aluminum cans to minivans. Be American, buy Murray Ford Superstore. Compare our prices online at ShazamAuto.com. Then come see me, Dale Murray, in Stark or Kingsland. I'll be waiting for you. And remember, at any Murray Superstore, it's all about you. Shazam!
Now, Downtime with Dan, brought to you by Ameris Bank. Whether you need help with business, personal, or mortgage banking, we're with you. Ameris Bank is an equal housing lender. Member FDIC.
3 words that don't really go together: Gator fans and patience, right? I mean, and Gator fans are going to have to practice patience with Billy Napier because they've got to find out if he can be the guy to lead them back to the top of the SEC. There's no denying how far Florida had fallen. There's no denying that Billy Napier has done a lot of really good things off the field. But on the field, got a lot of work to do. Look, he had a first-round pick quarterback, Anthony Richardson. They won 6 games. That wasn't good enough. However, there are other reasons why. Go look at the positions and who played for Florida last year. They weren't exactly chock full of SEC players. Now he's getting them through recruiting. The big question is, can Gator fans stay patient to give Napier another year or two before he can win the SEC East and ultimately the SEC?
This is Hayes Carline for QC Kinetics. It's time to take control. Don't give in to that constant joint pain. Take back your quality of life today with QC Kinetics. Call them today at 904-274-5522 to set up an appointment at their Mandarin or Ponte Vedra locations. Take control with QC Kinetics. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime, no more pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. QC Kinetics takes your body's own healing agents and concentrates them in the area where you have pain. You can repair and restore damaged tissue naturally through regenerative medicine. The summer is here. You need to be out there having fun, making memories, golfing, walks on the beach, enjoying your life. Take control now and start living pain-free. No surgery, no downtime. QC Kinetics has locations in Mandarin and Ponte Vedra. Call them today at 274-5522. That's 274-5522.
Prosser here for Lifetime Enclosures and Lifetime Flooring. With the weather now hot as can be, look ahead and get that backyard ready for fall with a new open air or screened-in enclosure. Maximize the space you have and make it great with Lifetime Enclosures and Lifetime Flooring. They truly are the best in the business. So if you have the space and the idea, give them a call today. Lifetime Enclosures and Lifetime Flooring. Showroom just off Phillips Highway. Tell them Prosser sent you.
Does your home or building need painting? For over 20 years, Performance Painting has had the privilege of preserving many of Jacksonville's most prominent buildings. That said, we feel like we're just getting started. I'm Jason Parker, and our team thrives on preparing, protecting, and preserving the homes, businesses, and public buildings that make up our local landscape. Contact us today to put our years of experience to work for you. Performance Painting. Prepare, protect, preserve.
Performance Painting.
Hey, Icky here for my friends at Shark Coatings, man. I love it. I did it. I can't wait for you to do it either. Look, I've been in my house for 20 years. You know, a couple years ago, I was like, man, this garage is just like a storage unit. It smells, there's cracks. I just walk right through it to get into the house. But what if I had a coated floor? Oh, man. So I went to sharkfloorcoatings.com. I got my free estimate, man. Cat came over, measured things up for me. I picked my pattern, Pebble Beach, by the way. And the boys from Shark Coatings, they did the rest, man. 15-year warranty. So much better than epoxy. And the greatest thing, they get it done in 1 day. 1 day. And now I have an extra room in my house with endless possibilities. I like to hang out in my garage. You will too. Anything concrete, pools, driveways, patios. Go to sharkfloorcoatings.com. That's sharkfloorcoatings.com. You'll thank me later.
I'm Hacker. Get more Gators on the Gator Bites podcast presented by Southeast Orthopedic Specialists with new episodes every Wednesday. Subscribe and listen by searching for 1010XL Florida Gator Podcast on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, or TuneIn.
At Andy's Automotive and Truck Services, they know that your company's fleet is more than just a bunch of cars and trucks. It's your livelihood, your reputation, your pride. So when you need routine fleet maintenance or emergency repairs, Andy's offers after-hours and mobile service to minimize your downtime and keep your fleet running like new. While you care for your employees and customers, rest assured Andy's Automotive will take care of your fleet. Visit the team at andysats.com.
When you step into a courtroom, you're stepping into a fight. Someone wins, someone loses. I'm attorney Brett Hastings, and at Hastings Injury Law, we've got the experience you want in your corner if you or a loved one suffer a personal injury or a wrongful death. We're here to fight for you. So if you get hit, hit back with Hastings Injury Law, offices Jacksonville. Find us on the web at 904hitback.com or call our 24-hour helpline, 904-HITBACK.
You don't have to be a football star to get a signing bonus. The team at Republic Services needs your skills, and they're paying up to $5,000 for you to join the roster. You'll be joining a winner. As an essential business, the Republic Services trucks have not stopped rolling with hourly and weekly pay and better benefits and vacation packages than the rest of the league. Driver trainees, $1,000 sign-on bonus. CDL drivers, $3,000. Diesel mechanics, $5,000 bonus. Join the winning team at Republic Services today. Visit republicservices.com.
Equal opportunity employer.
Brian and Angela Wall here with Window World. Hurricanes happen in Florida. That's not news. But what happens even more often than hurricanes are home break-ins. And if security is important to you, you might want to look into hurricane-rated impact windows.
What you may not know is that hurricane-rated impact windows not only help protect your home in case of a hurricane, but they also offer another level of security for your home.
Have you seen those videos on YouTube that show people trying to break through an impact window? A thief is way too lazy to spend his energy trying to break through one of our impact windows. That's why he doesn't have a real job like you. He'd rather break your non-impact window while you're at work. Window World has high-quality, very affordable hurricane-rated impact windows to help protect your home from hurricanes and from lazy thieves.
Call us today at 904-443-7001. Get a free estimate and see for yourself. You save energy, get more security, and the windows add value to your home. With all Window World windows, you get the best guarantee in the window replacement business.
Window
World, simply the best for less.
And thank you for your business.
1010XL is presented by Farah & Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars. Protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555. Jacksonville. The 10-minute drill.
This is a big one.
Is brought to you by J-Dog Junk Removal. Veteran owned and operated.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
On 1010XL.
Hit it. E.T., do we have like a reality show going with the interns? I mean, every time I come here, it's a different intern. Intern John the Unkempt is back. When I last left, the whole haircut, what's the whole question was going?
Yeah. Should he cut it or something?
Yeah, he didn't cut it, did he? You cut it, yeah.
He didn't cut it.
He didn't cut it at all. He's intern John the Unkempt. Why should he? I'm surprised he doesn't come in like those steel girder, like war, from the old medieval ages. You know what I'm talking about?
Uh-huh.
That's what he should wear. That's what like his normal garb, like those gladiator hats and like the shells and stuff. Intern John the Unkempt. I
From
feel like
Nottingham.
I think he should be on like the front lines in the Last Kingdom or something. Again, that's just me. So apparently, intern John the Unkempt does not listen to management's calls to cut that hair, and he will be cut by the Yankees after today's show.
Dang.
Yeah. I'm okay with it though. I'm just, again, I'm just trying to speak for the people. Lots going on this weekend, including the Major League Draft last night. For the first time, college teammates go 1-2. Also, for the first time, no left-handed high school pitcher taken in round. Was it high school or total? Let me double-check that. College. Not a single left-handed college pitcher selected in round 1 of the draft. The first time that's happened since 1978. Shazam. 1978's a long time ago, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's 45 years, and not a single lefty from the college ranks selected in the first round of the Major League Draft.
That's weird because aren't they like highly synced?
Yes. You want the lefties. The lefties have a definite advantage over the righties.
Yeah, that is strange.
And I guess there's just not one out there that's a big enough boy The Gators also sent another first-rounder to my Atlanta Braves, so that's exciting, right? It's always cool when your team, if you're a FSU fan and the Jags draft, or a Georgia fan, they've been good and they draft Trayvon. It's fun when they get one of the guys that you've kind of been following and that you know something about. And so Hurston Waldrop, who fits the mold for what the Braves do, they get those guys that can max out 95 to 99. This guy's got 3 good power pitches already. The Braves have been awesome at developing. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Hurston Waldrop from Florida is a part of the Braves rotation in 2 or 3 years. And they got some good young arms and some good vet arms. And by the way, Max Fried back on the mound yesterday in a rehab start. So that's terrific news. When there was some fear he might not be able to come back at all this year. But at the halfway point, the Braves have become the story in Major League Baseball, the best record in the National League by, 8.5 games. The Marlins have the second best record in the league.
Yeah.
They bounced back, won a couple from the Phillies these last couple of days. So, anyway, for more from around the sports world, the 10-minute drill, and Eek and drive the bus here a little bit, what you got?
Let's open up with Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I was hot take guy and proclaimed him a bust after watching Friday night.
It was bad, though.
Yeah, here I am just talking to my boys and everyone that's down here in the Airbnb, 7 of us. We're doing ball Friday night and Saturday. Saturday we went over to the Hard Rock, hung at the casino a little while. Yeah, boys, I got a hot take for you. That's Wemby. He's a bust. That first game, he was terrible. He shot 2 for 15, had 9 points, and foul. But no, last night, 27, 13 rebounds, shot it well, blocked 3 shots, and showed
the range, yeah.
And we probably got to every single person involved with basketball says he's generational. He's the real deal. One from Jay Billis to any of the basketball analysts you talk to. So he showed it last night. Played well last night. A couple other things that have caught my eye from the summer league. This Jabari Smith that we were so big on last year, the kid from Auburn.
Yeah.
Have you seen what he's doing?
No.
He's like 41 2 games ago, 38 last night.
Oh, he's getting busy.
Yeah, he's stepping in. He's finding himself. He's getting his comfort level. Look out for the Rockets.
Oh wait, he's the Rockets guy.
Yeah, the kid from Auburn.
Auburn, yeah.
And Colin Castleton yesterday. Castleton is trying to make the Lakers. He wasn't drafted right. We talked about him. It was not a good draft for the big men, boy. Big men have become the NBA's version of the NFL running back. They just kind of overlook them, plug them in if they can. The difference is the big man in the NBA has lost some importance, the way the game is spread and played now. Whereas that's not necessarily the case for running backs. They still have their importance. It's just the NFL just uses them up in a savage way. But the Lakers played last night. Now, this is after Castleton's debut was pretty good. Last night was pretty better. 21 points, 14 rebounds.
Got to get some eyes on him.
Yeah, for the rookie. He's going to make that roster. What do they have after Anthony Davis? Was it maybe JaVale McGee around? He was gone.
No,
He's been gone. Who do they even have? Do they even have a backup body at center that's trustable?
They had Bamba, but Bamba's gone.
Yeah, Bamba's gone. They had a guy late. They picked up a guy that was, but never really, stepped in and did anything. Castleton's going to make that team.
Yeah.
And now, granted, it's summer league where this is not the level of talent, the caliber of talent you're going to face in the regular season. But he's been fine spacing the floor, rebounding. He's not getting overpowered inside. He plays hard. Yeah, Castleton is going to. He's going to carve himself a nice NBA career despite not being drafted, I think. 21-14.
You go, boy.
That Brandon Miller, by the way, he is really struggling. Shooting.
Is he? Yeah.
Yeah, the kid from Bama. 4 for 18 last night, man. 4 for 18, and he played against Wemby. Didn't do a whole lot better than Wemby did in that game on Friday.
The Northwestern football program, they really got themselves in some trouble.
Well, and this is there are some things that happen in sports and life and society. You pass as a society, you go past mile markers and you don't go back to them.
Mm-hmm.
You realize certain things are out of time. We've learned, right? You don't say the N-word. You don't quote it. You don't sing it. At some point, when you get in trouble for that, even minor or unintended,
right?
It's hard to feel sorry. There's certain things that you don't, no longer do we ride down the road with 3 kids in the back of the pickup truck. Now, you could get away with that a while ago.
Right.
You don't do that anymore.
Yeah, you can't.
You reach these levels of society where you just realize you don't do that. So if Northwestern, as has been alleged by some of the players, is still in 2023 hazing players,
the way that they're hazing, too.
Sending them through a bunch of 6-year-olds, naked men in a shower, spinning around in circles while their teammates have to walk through them. I mean, you want to talk latency, boy. That means college athletes and some of this hazing, buddy. It goes beyond any sort of athletic punishment and delves into some really weird, shady sexual preferences, if you ask me. Y'all are weird. You're a bunch of freaking weirdos. Dry humping teammates. Freaking ha. What is going on? These are the details of what they're alleging was. So Northwestern immediately comes out, suspend the coach, react right away. And then other players come back and say, I don't know what these guys are talking about. None of this has happened. I haven't seen this. Northwestern, okay, we're going to revisit. I mean, here's another thing, too. Hey, Northwestern, maybe get all the facts, talk to both sides, and then make an announcement. But, buddy, somebody runs off now to the media, puts it on Twitter, and like this fire breaks out, and these organizations, they want to just solve it and put it out right now. It's something you got to get to the bottom of. If hazing is going on in any way, it's not 1950, guys. We don't haze anymore. We don't shove broomsticks upside people. We don't dry hump our teammates in the locker room like a bunch of deadgum weirdos. No wonder you don't win football, Northwestern, you freaking patty-caking losers. And again, this all has to be based on whether or not what's being said is true, which sadly you don't know anymore, what the people say and do and what turns up being the truth. And so they're in a holding pattern, but it's not okay to say the coach doesn't know. It's just not. It's not an excuse. The coach didn't know. Well, too bad. And by the way, evidence is coming up. This was on a board and this means a certain thing. And but I hear what I don't understand as much. More than anything about the haze, it's the sexual nature of this hazing that's just flat out weird. It is. Always has been. If any part of the hazing of your teammate involves him taking off his clothes and being touched or touching in any way, you're a freaking weirdo. So knock yourself out, Northwestern.
I'm with you 1,000%.
Good luck with
man.
all that, Northwestern. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't even want to be parts of that, man.
By the way, in the most Bob Huggins way ever, the West Virginia basketball coach says, oh, no, I didn't resign and is suing to get his job back. Never mind that the school has already gone and hired his replacement. Now Huggins is saying that wasn't me that was resigning. That was my wife. She wrote it. He's been off in rehab, which is certainly necessary after that .21 he pulled. Never mind the slurs he unleashed on local radio earlier this offseason. Yeah, Huggy, I think college basketball's had enough. You've had your run. But this has the ability now to get a little uglier. Bob Huggins, who by all accounts resigned, West Virginia named a replacement, and was going to find a place even for Huggins within the operation somehow, some way. And now Huggins said, well, what do you mean I resigned? No, I didn't. I'm suing for my job back. Oh, the most Huggins way possible.
Suing for my job.
Yeah, who's his agent, you think? Antonio Brown? That's the 10-minute drill. I mean, we got completely content heavy, but some point we got to go to break.
Right.
Let's come back for a shorty. He's got a pop quiz for me, he said. And we got Breakfast with Baselli, top of the hour. You're listening to The Drill. It's the Monday Morning Quarterback. DivorceMenOnly.com. Come kind, come courteous, and leave with a prize pack at 641-1010.
$25 gift card to ABBQ in Atlantic Beach. Holla at your boy.
The Drill on 1010XL. From the studios of Republic Services, we'll handle it from here. The Bold City's radio home of the Jaguars.
Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
1010XL.
Did you know the new 2023 Honda Accord Hybrid has an onboard system that charges the battery so you never have to plug it in? When you think Honda, you think quality, value, safety. Now think hybrid. Visit your local Honda dealer and experience the car of tomorrow today.
It's storm season, and JEA is committed to keeping you informed. In the event of a storm, we'll text and email you about the status of your services. We use Facebook and Twitter to post real-time updates. Our live outage map on JEA.com lets you track restoration progress. And as crews work to restore services, our storm outreach team will be in local neighborhoods to answer your questions. Because as your community-owned utility, JEA is here to keep you safe and connected. Your community, your utility.
Hurricane season is officially underway, and now's the perfect time to make sure your home is protected from those storms by scheduling a complimentary roof inspection with Universal Roof and Contracting. And right now, get 15% off your roofing project, plus flexible financing. This offer expires July 31st and restrictions apply. Universal Roof and Contracting, proud partner of the Jacksonville Jaguars. License number CCC 1330747, CBC 1258484.
UniversalRoof.com.
This is head coach Matthew Driscoll from the UNF men's basketball team. When our players suffer an orthopedic injury, Southeast Orthopedic Specialists gets our players back on the court pain-free.
We appreciate the endorsements from our high school and college coaches. This is Dr. Kevin Murphy. The next time you need orthopedic care, you can rely on our team at Southeast Orthopedic Specialists.
Relieve pain and get back to life. SOS. Southeast Orthopedic Specialists.
School is out, and the kids are at home. This means more stress on your septic system. Call Duck Rooter and get your septic tank pumped out. 904-862-6769. That's 904-862-6769.
If you miss any interviews from your favorite coaches and players at All Weather Contractors SEC Media Days presented by South State Bank, catch them on demand at 1010XL.com. Brought to you by Instant Keys and Baptist Bariatrics.
Life a little expensive right now? If you need cash, Beaches Jewelry and Pawn in Jax Beach is ready to buy. Gold, silver coins, and flatware, guitars and guns. Beaches Jewelry and Pawn wants to buy them. See Chuck and get extra cash only at Beaches Jewelry and Pawn.
Bet you're driving to work, right? Wouldn't you rather be heading to the marina to hop on a boat? Hi, I'm Lisa the Boatanista with Freedom Boat Club, and I'm here to change your whole perspective of what driving is about. Imagine showing up to the dock, stepping out on the boat of your choice, and then heading off to new adventures. What is your passion? Wakeboarding, tubing, fishing, or cruising? And when you're done, you'll be home relaxing, enjoying great memories while someone else is cleaning the boat. Your boat is waiting for you at the dock, but where are you? We have a constantly growing fleet in 3 locations: Jacksonville Beach, Julington Creek, and St. Augustine, including deck boats, pontoon boats, skiing boats, and fishing boats. Why not pick the first boat you're going to drive? Visit us at freedomboatclub.com. Your fleet is waiting in Jacksonville, Jacksonville Beach, and St. Augustine, and over 350 locations across the United States, including Canada and Europe.
What's the famous automotive philosophy? It means consistency across all 20 locations for friendly service, honest pricing, and realistic time expectations, so you know your vehicle is in good hands at any Famous Automotive and Famous Quick Lube.
Are you an electrician looking for better pay and benefits? Miller Electric Company has the industry-leading compensation package. Electricians are eligible for a signing bonus up to $1,000. Now, they're partnering with the Jaguars on their new performance facility, the Miller Electric Center. Miller Electric has opportunities for you to work on some of the most exciting projects right here in Jacksonville. Whether you're experienced or not, visit MillerCareers.com, an equal opportunity employer. That's MillerCareers.com.
Hey guys, Hicken here is hot. The oven's on and ain't getting any cooler unless you stay cooler with Bueller. Bueller Air is still locally owned and still treating their growing customer base like they're part of the family. You want proof? Just Google them. Buehler, Bueller Air. You won't find better rated air conditioning company in town. I use them. I already know, man. They are terrific. Like I said, hotter than ever outside. Great time to stay cooler with Bueller.
You ready to swing into the hottest party this summer? Join First Tee North Florida July 27th at the Yards for the Summer Soiree presented by Southeastern Turf Grass Supply. Tee off with open play golf on the backyard, followed by an all-inclusive party to support the impactful programs of First Tee North Florida. The Summer Soiree at the Yards provides the perfect blend of golf, party, and philanthropy, all in one special evening. Get your tickets at firstteenorthflorida.org/summer soiree. Limited availability.
This is Hayes Carlion for Spicklemeyer Insurance Agency. I was paying too much for car insurance, paying for things I didn't need. My friend John Spicklemeyer fixed all that for me with impeccable customer service. For all your car insurance needs, call John at 471-7155.
This Saturday, witness the thunderous clash of two rugby league titans. Your ratified credit union Jacksonville Axemen take on the Atlanta Rhinos at 6:30. Tickets start at $10 and free for kids under 13. Get showdown details at jacksaxmen.com.
1010XL is presented by Farah & Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars. Protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555. Jacksonville.
Oh, he's come back with a pop quiz. I didn't realize, by the way, I saw that the Ken Jennings guy is going to take his turn hosting on Jeopardy. I guess they don't like that.
Seacrest?
No, it's not Seacrest. He's going to be Wheel of Fortune.
Right.
But it's Mayim Bialik. Is that how you say her name? Mayim Bialik, the girl from Big Bang Theory. I guess the Jeopardy folks don't like her. I don't know. I have not watched Jeopardy since Trebek left.
I haven't either.
I'm surprised, but I guess that's why I watched was Trebek, or it was a big part of it. It just doesn't feel the same. Anyway, ET has a pop quiz. We're going to get through it quick because on deck, the Hall of Famer, Tony Baselli, and Breakfast with Baselli with Jags Camp, as we've talked about a lot this morning, less than 2 weeks away. What do you got?
Oh, yeah, I have a list of passing touchdown leaders against each NFL team, so this is all time.
So, in other words, you're gonna tell me the team, and I'm going to have to tell you what quarterback has the most touchdowns against that.
Correct.
All right, well, that's going to probably lead me down a lot of division, I would think, right?
Correct.
I mean, that's the first thing I think.
There you go.
Is it's going to be division quarterbacks because you face them so much more.
Oh, there you go. Let's get it. First team is Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals. Okay, so I'm kind of looking for an NFC East.
And he's not in that division anymore.
Yeah, that's right. He's in the West now, right? Who has the most against the – now they're in the West, but they were in the East but the passing games have become so much more now too, so –
This guy is not in that division with the Cardinals anymore, the leader, but he is an active quarterback.
Well, the Cardinals were in the East forever. They've been in the West for a while. You're saying he's not in the West or he's not in the East?
He's no longer in the West with the Arizona Cardinals.
So he was, and then he's gone somewhere else.
Correct.
So I guess – is it Russ? Okay.
Russ. All right. The
Russell Wilson, by the way, 13th all-time in touchdown passes already with 308.
Wow.
And if he has a big year, could move past Fran Tarkenton, who has 342. And if he has another 3 or 4 years, he'll be top 10.
Atlanta Falcons.
Who has the most touchdown passes against the Atlanta Falcons? All time. All right, so the Falcons.
He's retired, but
Drew.
He's still,
Yeah, Drew Brees. Yeah.
Baltimore Ravens.
This is almost like all these answers are going to come from current quarterbacks because even though there were guys that played against the Falcons 12 years in a row back in the day, but they didn't throw it as much. All right, the Ravens? That's got to be Big Ben.
Big Ben. Buffalo.
That's going to be Brady.
Panthers.
I thought about Marino there.
Panthers.
That's going to be Breeze.
Chicago.
That's going to be. Ooh. That's a good one. That's a good one because we got two Packers quarterbacks. But I'm going to go Rodgers over Favre. Yeah.
Cincinnati.
That's going to be Ben again.
Cleveland.
Ben. Yeah, that's it. Like the quarterbacks that dominate the division play there a long time for sure.
Dallas.
The most touchdown passes against Dallas. Wow. I guess it's Eli.
That is correct.
Wow. I'm pretty good at this guy. I like this one.
Where am I? Denver.
Most touchdown passes against Denver. Oof. Phillip Rivers.
My boy ain't playing. Detroit.
Yeah, let's go Rodgers.
Oh, no.
Is it Favre?
It's Favre.
All right, let's put a pause on it. We'll come back. That's fun. We can do that. We can get into that a little bit later, but Baselli's already texting me griping. I mean, are you kidding me, this guy? I mean, yeah, we are doing it at 8 o'clock. That's correct, Tony. Right after break with Breakfast with Baselli next.
The Drill on 1010XL. From the studios of Republic Services, we'll handle it from here. The future is looking better.
The future's so bright, I gotta wear shades. I gotta wear shades.
The home of Jaguars fans. 1010XL.
Whether it's a large commercial project or a multi-family property, trust All Pro Roofing for exceptional craftsmanship and unparalleled customer service. We use only the finest materials, ensuring durability and long-lasting results. Plus, All Pro Roofing now has a full siding and windows division. That's right, All Pro Roofing is not just about roofs anymore. All Pro Roofing, now your trusted partner for commercial roofing, multi-family projects, exterior siding, and windows. AllProRoofingLLC.com.
License number CCC 1327056.
If you're often tired, have trouble exercising, or your heartbeat feels irregular, you might have atrial fibrillation, or AFib. Left untreated, AFib can put a strain on your heart and increase your risk of a stroke. But the new Heart Rhythm Center at Baptist Health can help. With the latest treatment options for heart disorders like AFib, our team of specialists can get you feeling stronger again. Learn more at baptistjacks.com/AFib or call 904-202-2342.
Hey, Jacksonville, I'm sure by now you've seen our bright green GFL trucks and containers throughout the greater Jacksonville area. We are an industry leader in solid waste and would love the opportunity to earn your business. We are committed to customer service, reliability, and have unwavering focus on safety. Whether commercial or construction, let us haul your waste away. Call 904-760-5880 to get a quote today. GFL, Green for Life.
Is your vehicle in need of some TLC? Bring it to the experts at Tire Outlet. With over 40 years of experience in 15 locations across Florida, Tire Outlet is the brand you can trust. Our certified technicians do the job right to get you in and out in no time flat. Hurry in for great deals on tires and automotive service. We offer free tire rotations, free brake inspections, rebate offers on brand name tires, and a legendary price match guarantee on every set of brand new tires. Tire Outlet, wholesale prices, premium service.
I'm here with Clayton Bromberg of Underwood Jewelers. Clayton, why is it that when you look at how long a store has been in business, that it always seems to be the stores like Underwood's that sell fine quality that have been around the longest?
Frank, that's a question that really doesn't get asked a lot, but it should be. There are a number of reasons, but probably the biggest is because of the endorsements our longtime customers and their pieces of jewelry have given us through the years. You see, when you sell really fine quality jewelry, that piece will last longer and always stay beautiful. It might stay in the same family for generations, and through those years of wear, a lot of compliments will be made and a lot of people will be told where the piece of jewelry came from. You see, at a store like Underwood's, it's our stated goal to be the best jeweler in the South, not the biggest, so everything we do and carry has to help move us toward that goal. And ultimately, it's the satisfied customers wearing fine quality jewelry that have kept Underwood's in Jacksonville since 1928.
Underwood's in San Marco, Avondale, and the shops of Ponte Vedra.
DivorceMenOnly.com. This is Kenny Lay of Kenny Lay & Associates. Our firm specializes in representing men in family law. That's all we do. That's our only focus. We can help with all of your family law needs, such as divorce, custody, alimony, and child support. For over a decade, we have helped thousands of men with these types of issues. We even have an appellate division ready to challenge a judge's ruling. If you need a family law attorney, go to DivorceMenOnly.com. DivorceMenOnly.com. Offices, Jacksonville.
Do you have a VA loan? In this housing market, homeowners with VA loans have access to a ton of instant cash. Hey, it's Prosser here. Do you need cash to pay off credit cards and other high-interest loans? Does a check for 80 or 90 grand sound about right now? Well, Loan Pronto is helping veterans every day get the money they need with a quick and easy zero-cost cash-out refi with zero closing costs. With a VA loan, it's really cool because you can access up to 100% of your home's value. Use that money to pay off credit cards, home equity lines, car loans, consolidate all your payments into one check per month, and close in 2 weeks. Most homeowners who do this end up cutting their overall monthly payments by $800. Loan Pronto's all-digital process makes it fast and easy. They're doing loans with super low APRs, and they love working with veterans. Call now to see what your options are. Call Loan Pronto at 999-1508. That's 904-999-1508. Or go to loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval.
The flagship station of the Jaguars. WJXL AM Jacksonville Beach. WJXL FM Jacksonville Beach.
This is your Southeast Orthopedic Specialist local sports update brought to you by the Greater Jacksonville Kingfish Tournament. I'm E.T. Louis Riddick recently joined Rich Eisen on The Eisen Show, where he talked a lot about wide receiver Calvin Ridley's route running abilities.
What Calvin Ridley's going to do for Trevor Lawrence and what Trevor's going to do for Calvin Ridley, Calvin's going to burst back onto the scene as being that guy who, when he left, before he left and was suspended, I thought was the best route runner in the NFL, period. He can run any route and absolutely break your ankles, tear your ACLs, dislocate your... This guy is a route running just genie. And he is going to do wonders for this outside passing game for Jacksonville.
Can't wait. Currently, it's 8:05 and it's 81 degrees. Your time and your temp is brought to you by Bueller Air Conditioning. Stay cool with Bueller. Stay tuned because the drill has breakfast with Baselli next, right here on 1010XL and 92.5 FM.
1010XL is presented by Farah & Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars. Protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555. Jacksonville.
Now breakfast with Baselli.
Brought to you by Epstein & Robbins. If you've been arrested for DUI or any other crime, there's only one thing to remember. Epstein & Robbins. Breakfast provided by Chick-fil-A.
On 1010XL.
All right, let's bring in the big fella on the hotline. Putting the hot in hotline. He's the Hall of Famer. Some ways it's hard to believe it's been a year, Tony. In others, it feels like it's been about 5 years. What does it feel like for you now coming up on year one of getting maybe the most exciting weekend of your life?
Yeah, it's, Jeff, I think you described it perfectly.
Yeah.
Because there's, like, parts of me, is like, it feels like yesterday, and, like, and there's a whole other part of me, just like you said, it's like, that feels like ages ago. And so I'm looking forward to going back. I'm taking my little brother who was unable to go last year for personal reasons. So I'm excited, and he's excited, so him and I are going to go together. And it'll be fun. It'll be fun to experience it without all the pressure and hoopla.
Responsibility. Yeah, you can just have a Tito's and soda, just one, and just chill.
And it's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
I got to get to the bottom of something here. This has bothered me for years, and now with the gold jacket hanging over your shoulders, this is completely unacceptable. I know, even if you downplay this, I know how ecstatic and thrilled you would feel to be a part of this. Yet here it is. It's come. It'll soon be gone again. And I don't see you on the entry list. It annoys me. It's the Tahoe Celebrity Golf Classic, where, by the way, I will tell you, as I go through the list of these prestigious entrants into the field, I mean, I can see how there's no room for Tony Baselli when such noted offensive linemen like Andrew Whitworth can come join you. I mean, Andrew Whitworth, Tony? Come on.
I think, if you look at the whole list, it's funny. There's a bunch of guys on that list, I think, like, that aren't big names.
There are a ton. I mean, once you get into the Hall of Fame, here's the new rule. A new rule. I'm putting a new rule in the sports landscape, okay? If you make the Hall of Fame, you get in through the Tahoe if you want to go. They're the lucky ones if you decide to go there. So if you really want to play in this Tahoe thing, Tony, just say the word. We will be in it next year. I'm telling you. I'll get you in a year. Guaranteed.
Yeah, Jeff, I'll be honest with you. I haven't even thought about that thing. Yeah. There was once, as you know, there was a day where I would have loved to play in it.
Yeah.
I don't play enough golf anymore.
Okay. All right.
Now, I love it. I love the game of golf. And I'm not saying that couldn't change. I think a lot of that, listen, a guy like Whitworth, who had a very good NFL career.
He did.
But he's also, you got to remember, he's on Amazon Prime on Thursday Night Football.
You're in the Hall of Fame. I don't know if you know that. You also do Thursday and Sunday night, so to hell with that guy. I hear you.
But if you look at a number of those people that are in there, it's not just because of what they did during their athletic career. Some of it's because of they're on TV now or they have a personality or whatever. And then some of them are just in it because they're dang good golfers.
Yeah, and I got no problem with those guys, the really good golfers who weren't quite as big a celebrity. What I really have a problem with is with NBC. And if NBC, you want to do a golf day for some of your talent, that's fine. But Dylan Dreyer, the Today Show anchor and meteorologist, shouldn't be in this event. I have another one for you. Where is she? Is some general assignment reporter for NBC. Catherine Tappan, a reporter for NBC Sports. She shouldn't be in the field. If you want to do all your crowd a solid, then invite them all out the 3 days after the event and let them play golf. But they shouldn't be in it as well. I like watching that event. I like people, struggle a little bit and seeing how celebrities can play. And I don't like turning it on and seeing people I've never heard of or people that are C-list celebrities when there are A-listers who would have played and could have played and don't. But anyway, you've now cleared that up.
I used to watch it a lot, Jeff. Yeah. I have not watched the last couple of years.
I haven't either.
And I don't. It's lost. It'd be unfair for me to say it's lost luster, but I think it's a bigger trend, and I don't know if it's just because I'm getting old and getting set in my ways, and I just it. I find myself watching less and less sports. Now, I'm still a huge consumer of things I love, like NFL, college football, and PGA golf.
Gotcha.
But I used to be the kid growing up in my 20s and in my 30s. Is if there was a sporting event on, I was watching it.
It's sport, and I think most people are like that. It's a young man's. Sports fandom is a young man's game because then you get older and you have kids, you have other responsibilities. You just can't, even if you still love them, you can't watch the ESPN college basketball doubleheader on Tuesday. You got PTA, or whatever it might be.
It's funny. It's just like I used to watch NCAA. I would know every good team and the starting five and what they did and who they were because I'd be watching college basketball all week and NBA. And I used to, during the summer, watch baseball all the time. And I'm not saying, I didn't watch one inning of one game, including the World Series last year.
Yeah.
That's the first time in my entire life.
Yeah.
Now, this year I find myself very interested in the NBA playoffs because the Nuggets were good, and that's where I grew up. So maybe, I don't know. It's funny. And maybe it's living in Jacksonville, too, because we don't have
other pro franchises outside of football.
Yeah. And so, me, it's NFL, college football, and I love PGA golf. I watched that dang John Deere yesterday.
It's funny, but I haven't brought this up. We are so content. We got a lot of stuff today. I haven't even gotten around to the PGA event. Sepp Straka won, but it's, golf is the consummate game, Tony, unless you're playing team golf, match play, where you play, what did we say? What's the cliche? You play the course, not the player. If you're in a golf tournament, you don't go out trying to beat that guy, that guy, that guy, that guy, and that guy. You try and beat the score. You try and do. Very rarely does that not serve you. But I think yesterday with Sepp Straka, that became as a bigger opponent than the field. Because in case you missed it, Straka made a run at history yesterday. Not many guys have broken 60, and he was in great position to do it. And I think he started thinking more about breaking 60 than he did making sure he could win the golf tournament, and it almost cost him.
Yeah, when he missed the birdie on 17 on the par 5, I'm like, dang it. And then he doubles 18. I'm like, what are you doing?
And the shot on 18 was a total choke. I mean, that's where the pressure finally got to him. He had to birdie 18 to shoot 59 after back-to-back holes. He let opportunities get away, and he just tugged one into the water. And it brought a couple of guys in. Thank goodness for him. Those guys were named Smalley and Todd, and he was going to be okay.
But my point is, if you look at the leaderboard yesterday, there was nobody on that big name. Cameron Young, probably the biggest guy.
Yeah, there weren't many big names even at the event, to be honest.
No, and but I still found my stuff. I found myself every night checking the leaderboard.
Yeah, me too.
On Thursday, Friday. I was out Saturday, so I couldn't watch it. I was flying, so I was checking on the plane. And then Sunday came on. I got home from church, did a little work, did some stuff. I caught the last 15 holes.
I watched just about all of it yesterday. I went to Tampa for the Braves this weekend, both Friday night, Saturday night. It was awesome. Took the boys with my dad, my brother, my son-in-law, my father-in-law, my brother-in-law. We got an Airbnb, saw 2 Braves wins. It was awesome. But got up early and got back yesterday, in plenty of time. And so I watched a lot of golf yesterday. I'm also intrigued by that little girl on the LPGA Tour who's setting records for what she's done at this age and stage of her career. So we'll watch a little bit of that as well. All right, let's get into some football, Tony. The Jags will be in training camp next week. Louis Riddick Jr., man, he went all in on the Jags. He loves them as a legitimate Super Bowl, I don't want to say favorite, but definitely a Super Bowl contender. He said 2 things. E.T., I want to play 2 comments for Tony. He said 2 things. Look, he's saying all the other things that we all say. Loves Doug Peterson, Trevor Lawrence, this, that, all the generic things. But he said 2 things that he went a lot more overboard than others who were even being complimentary of the Jags this time of year. So, first, give me Louis Riddick Jr. yesterday on the Jaguars' defense.
And defensively, they've got athletes galore everywhere. It's really going to come down to, look, Mike has got – this is where I think it's going to all come together.
Yep.
See, Mike's a young up-and-coming defensive coordinator. He's got a bunch of guys on the defensive side of the football that are just fantastic freaking athletes who are young and are still trying to figure out how to play together and make plays in the biggest of moments.
That's not a narrative that's real popular right now, Tony, and I think that while we all can buy into a big improvement or a continued improvement, maybe I should say, from the offense, people aren't as, they're not as in agreement that the defense, they're more nervous about the defense. But he makes some points there that we don't, if we look at it glass half full, are fair points to make. I mean, young guys are going to improve. A system for year 2 with the same coordinator, that's going to have some advantages. Caldwell is known. He's respected as an up-and-coming play caller. Could we see the defense make the kind of jump we saw the offense make last year?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, Jeff. I think where I do agree with Lewis is, if you look at this offense and the defense, I think, Devin Lloyd did not have a good rookie year. And he would tell you that. And it was a transition, it was a struggle, especially in coverages. He has a year under his belt, and the dude is a freakish athlete. I mean, he is a freak athlete and loves football. And so you say, okay, and talking to him and seeing him and this offseason, I could see him making a huge step in becoming the first rounder that we saw what he did at Utah, where he was the dominant defensive player. So, okay, let's say that happens. You got Devin Lloyd, inside backer, comes on and okay, we're upgraded there because Luakon, very solid tackling machine, leader, great. So now all of a sudden you're like, okay, we got 2 really good backers. Then you go up to the front 4, and Trayvon Walker's, and Louis Riddick would tell you, freakish athlete. Now the question is what's the right position for him? I'm still not convinced the best position for Trayvon Walker is a stand-up outside backer. But he's a disruptor. He was even, if you really go back and watch the film he was disruptive last year. He just wasn't a pass rusher.
That kind of sums up the line, by the way, because that crazy stat that doesn't compute. They were second in all of the NFL in quarterback pressures, yet they were very low with just the 35 sacks. And
okay, so if you're going to be a good football player in the NFL, usually from year 1 to year 2, you have a big step. And I think that would not shock me. And if I was a betting man, I would bet that Trayvon Walker takes a huge step and is a disruptive player. And it's a better pass rusher. I don't know if he'll be a 15 sack guy, but double digit, I think so.
How much?
You go to Josh.
Go ahead.
Then you go to Josh Allen, and he's in a contract year. This is a huge year for him. And I know, and I love Josh Allen. Great guy. And he had he went away, and he got criticized for not being OTAs. And I actually respect what he did. He said he went to Arizona by himself and said, I'm going to train my off, and I'm going to get going. Because this is he was unhappy with his production last year.
It's a great attitude to have, and And that is, you're right. That's a wild card because he's another guy. He was very high in pressures. If you got some of these are almost the luck doesn't fall your way. There's a little bit of a sidestep here or a spin out there. He could. Josh Allen, I will say this, does have the talent, I think.
Oh, he could be
to go a 12, 13, 14 sack guy. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. He makes now all of a sudden just those three guys.
Yeah.
Which is not beyond like the realm of like going, oh gosh, you're stretching.
Yeah.
Those three guys, you are a different defense.
Yeah, agreed. And
then you got Cisco, who really came on in the back half of the year. Young player.
Jenkins had his best year. Tyson Campbell's a good, solid player. Williams is a solid corner.
I only worry about. Let me tell you why I worry about this defense.
Okay.
Is that the lack of depth
at the corner? Yeah, that's fair. You're still trotting Trey Herndon out as your slot corner. It looks like.
That is the one area I'm like, ugh.
Should the Jags make a move there, Tony? Like Marcus Peters is out there. I mean, there's a couple of guys that have some experience. Or are you just so wary or so aware, maybe better word, of your culture and your chemistry that you feel good enough?
Well, I mean, listen, if you have a strong culture, then you can bring in a guy that.
That's fair.
Because the locker room will take care of it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Jeff, go look at the teams we had. We had some characters.
Yes, you did. I remember them well.
Mm-hmm. And it was fine.
But there were also examples where you cleared out some characters and things got better. That also happened.
Guess what? If you weren't going to fit, then you were going to be gone.
Yeah, gave it a ride. And your point being, you bring him in, and then ultimately it almost served as we're talking about Andre Rison, who had some issues. They brought him in. He wasn't playing terrible here, but behind the scenes things weren't as what was the deal? That guy just run wherever he wanted to, kind of deal when it came to running pass routes. Yeah,
he had his own playbook.
Yeah, he had his own playbook, and
but guess what?
Yeah, and then got better. You got a second boost.
But Andre was. But guess what? He wasn't an issue in the locker room.
No,
he was lost.
Yeah.
But he was an eccentric. He's a different dude. We had a bunch of different dudes that were there the whole time.
Yeah, that's fair. And look, you're making up a 53-man locker room. You're going to get all shapes and sizes, all sorts.
That's my point.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But the point is, if you don't have a good culture, a good locker room,
then it'll tear it apart.
Those tear it apart.
See 2018. 2018 is the best example of that, maybe in NFL history, certainly in our history here in Jacksonville. Bad culture, immature players, selfishness, tore that team apart before it ever got rolling.
Sure. Absolutely.
Just a simple question, yes or no. Do you think the Jaguars will have more or less than the 35 sacks they had last year?
More.
Yeah. Like significantly more?
I'll say this. I think the total for Trayvon and Josh Allen will be 25.
Oh, talk dirty to me, big boy. Oh. I think we know what the Baselli drop in from this week's Breakfast with Baselli is going to be.
Sheesh.
Ooh, I like that one. See,
I
don't disagree. Hey, that's not crazy. That's not a crazy.
I think anything. I think 23 to 25.
Okay, good. Then I'm going to.
I think 23 to 25 from those two guys. I think they're. I think both are going to have good years. Really good years.
Okay.
Look at the history. Just look at the history of the NFL.
Yeah.
And I'll just go back. Forget about the history of the NFL.
Okay.
Go back to last year.
All right. I will. Okay, hold on. All right, now back to last year.
Hold on. Dewan Taylor. Was anyone really high? Most people had him as a backup.
Bro, he competed with Walker Little just to have the job. And it wasn't even his job when we went to camp. He won it there.
His contract year, he worked his tail off in the offseason, came in, and ended up probably the most consistent, best offensive lineman they have.
Well, that's what you tell me, and I trust you.
And I'm just telling you, contract years, when a guy has the talent, and especially when they have the mentality that Josh Allen has, where he's not happy how he played last year, where he thinks it's not the coaches, it's not the media, it's not everyone else, it's him. That he thinks that was not his standard of play. It wasn't good enough. When a guy who has talent has that attitude and puts the work in the offseason, and then you add the contract year, and by the way, guess where he wants to be his whole
Yeah, and gosh,
he wants to be here.
No, I like him. I mean, I love the dude as a dude and as a player, and he's a good player. It's not like he's some bust.
Yes.
I mean, it's not like he gets 3 sacks a year. He's accumulated some sacks here over the course of his 4 years. A breakout year from him sure would go a long way. Tony, is Travis Etienne underappreciated? I don't want to say underrated but is he a little bit under noticed for what he did last year, or is he right where he should be from a perception standpoint?
I think he's appreciated here locally for sure.
Okay.
And I think he's appreciated in that locker room. I know guys speak very highly of him. I think he's a dang good back. My only criticism of Travis Etienne, I worry about how many big hits he takes.
He's not afraid to put the pads down, is he?
No, and he's not a big guy, and I'm like, kind of like turn the shoulders, like get a glancing. Like if you ever I'll just go back to Fred Taylor. Like, tell me how many square shots guys got on Fred Taylor. Not many. I mean, Fred was a master. And the great backs are masters of like not taking huge blows, and I just worry. Etienne is a little bit upright. He's not a big man, and he takes some shots. But I just worry about that for longevity. Now, he's a tough dude and runs hard, and he runs more powerful than his size. So no, I don't think Travis Etienne's underappreciated at all. Now, if you think about it nationally, I think people recognize what he did, but you got to win, and this team wins. If you're in a small market, the only recognition you're going to get is if you're winning.
100%. Unless you just have some incredible individual player.
Right.
It's hard. If you have that guy, you usually are doing some winning, by the way.
That's right. And so, no, I don't think he's underappreciated. I think he's very,
I bring it up. I saw this column, this kind of analytic column, but Next Gen Stats, they track, speed and, how fast you get to all that stuff. He was the third most explosive runner in the NFL last year, behind only Kenneth Walker of Seattle and Justin Fields, a quarterback. When it comes to explosive runs, the amount of times he reached 15 miles an hour, 20 miles an hour, he had like 16 runs that went at least 10 yards more than the expected total when the way the play.
Here's my problem with those stats, Jeff. And you're the baseball expert, not me. I guess I'm a simpleton. I go back to the days of like baseball, like what's your batting average and RBIs.
Sure.
Now you got all this like WAR and blah 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 blah. And I think football, because with the birth of analytics, and I'm not saying they're not important, and I'm not saying that, but I think sometimes you can compile a number of stats and create stats and analytics and tell a lot of different stories. I guess is my point.
Right, and Tony Khan famously did that with the Blaine Gabbert. Remember when he has X amount of time, he's the second best in the league. Yeah, right. Remember that one?
Right. Yeah, and listen, I love analytics. I think they're critical. They tell part of the story and they help you build a team, help you with strategy, help how to attack offenses and defenses. So I'm not poo-pooing analytics at all. I just think also, but I'll ask you this, Jeff. If you were going to list the top 5 running backs of last year, would Travis Etienne be in that top 5?
He'd be probably just outside of it. Yeah, outside of it. But he did have 1,100 yards. There's been only 14,000-yard seasons in Jaguars history, and the first year he saddles up for a season, he gets one of them.
He's very good.
Yeah,
he's very good. But
no, I hear you. Those are all fair. I think analytics deal more with should fuel more your expectation than it should your value. And here's what I mean. But I'll use a baseball example because the baseball analytics have been around longer. They're easy to interpret for me than some of the football ones even. I don't know what a run over expected value is. What does that even mean? Are you telling me the blockers blocked bad? Or are you telling me he ran the wrong? There's so many different nuances. But there's stats now in baseball that are so prevalent, like your barrel rate. In other words, how often are you squaring up your bat on the ball, right? So it maybe not tell you the value of a player. He could barrel it more than other players, but he's getting bad luck and hitting it to people. So his batting average may be low, but you can expect him to hit better. To me, that's more efficient use of analytics and maybe necessarily applying it, applying a value to it. But I brought up Etienne because of this. This was the second surprising thing that I thought Louis Riddick said, okay? He said this about the Jaguars running game, which includes Travis Etienne and apparently Barry Sanders. Take a listen.
But the running back, Travis Etienne, is a stud. Tank Bigsby from Auburn, the running back they got in the third, I thought Tank was one of the best running backs in the draft. I mean, in the third round, he's going to be another one of those guys where I look back and go, how the hell did Tank Bigsby last till the third round? He's going to be that kind of guy.
Well, with everything that Riddick has said in this conversation, just a couple I play, you can see why he's picking them as a serious Super Bowl contender. I mean, he's hitting every glass half full question that we have, right? Oh, the defense is going to be full of young players and great. Oh, Tank Bigsby, they're going to be like, oh, man, that guy should have went in the top 10. So if all the things he believes and are saying are coming true, then yeah, it is going to be a very fun football season, no?
Well, I mean, everything I've heard coming out of, OTAs and down at the stadium is that Bigsby has the potential to be special as far as an explosive, great complementary back to Etienne. So, listen, I just don't know. I didn't watch enough Auburn tape or of him in college. But isn't it about time for us to get one of those mid-round running backs?
Past time.
Pops?
Past time.
Isn't it time for us to do that? Everyone else seems to get those guys.
Yeah. I feel that way. I mean, I've kind of been, whispering around about that since, the rookies were reporting. Bigsby was a good back in college. He's a fast, strong guy, dude, Tony. He's a better receiver than Etienne. So the point is, I'm not saying regardless of how we look back and how did he go in round 3, imagine, though, the Jaguars' offense if the guy who replaces Etienne is as good as Etienne. Because that certainly was not the case last year. It was a big downgrade when Travis Etienne had to leave the football field. So imagine the flexibility and the freedom and the talent if you're going to replace him with a guy who, I mean, if you listen to Lou Riddick, that wouldn't be much of a difference.
Well, I'll tell you the other thing to watch. I think this is going to even make this offense more explosive this year is Jamal Agnew. If he can stay healthy. Because he is one of the fastest guys in the NFL. I mean, that guy can flat roll. And new offense last year, don't discount year 2, Doug Peterson having a better feel of the roster, what he can do with the guys, where they're comfortable, the players having a better grasp of what Doug wants to do. Doug's going to expand the playbook and how he thinks about it and the creativity. And we already saw what he's able to do. I mean, he is a master play designer and a master play caller. And I just get a sense that a guy like Jamal Agnew is going to be even more prominent in this offense. No, I'm not like every down guy, but is that come out in the line up in the backfield, come out as slot receiver, jet sweeps, pitches, use him in the passing game, because he has a different gear than other guys. And I'll just compare this offense to an offense, kind of Doug Peterson's, mentor in Andy Reid. What makes Kansas City so good is obviously Mahomes and Kelsey. Those guys are all-time greats at their position. But think about what they do with all those different type of players and where they line them up and kind of the different looks they give you and how they use speed to stretch the field and create space. And you mentioned Bigsby, obviously Calvin Ridley. I heard Lewis's comments on him before I came on. I think that's going to go down based on how things are trending. What a great trade by Trent Baalke. Got to give him a ton of credit for taking that risk. But now you got speed, with Etienne, Bigsby. You got a guy like Agnew coming off and can line up anywhere on the field. And then are we forgetting that Christian Kirk and Zay Jones and Evan Ingram all had amazing years?
Career years, all three of them.
And so all of a sudden you're going, I'll say this could be the best offense. This could be the most explosive offense the Jaguars have ever put on the field.
Thank you.
And I'm going back to when we had Jimmy, Keenan, and Fred.
Yeah. No, fair. No, I got him top 3, Tony. I think that's good. I think it's going to – I've gone from they can be to no, forget can. The season's starting. We're going to be a top 3 offense. I'm going to go ahead and say that. That's completely possible.
And that completely. Now, the offensive line has to play well.
For sure. That's the unknown. That's a little bit of the – but all those other dudes, other than Bigsby, are proven, man. These are proven producers in the NFL.
And the offensive line, don't discount how important it is to have a great offensive line coach.
Yeah.
Because as much as any position in the game of football where a coach can make a difference, a huge difference, is on the offensive line.
And you got some young guys there, too, Tony Fortner and Walker Little. They're going to get better, too, you would suppose.
Yes. Absolutely, I expect them to get better.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be a fun year, man. Gosh,
I think it's going to be a fun year. Now, Jeff, one thing we say it every year at this time is one thing you got to fight against is the dang injury bug.
That's true.
You know, every NFL team's in the same position right now. They're just saying, listen, this is a physical, violent game, and, we got to make sure our guys, I hate to say it, across the league, there's going to be injuries. That's just part of the game, and you just hope that you keep your guys healthy and you minimize those injuries, and especially as you go down the stretch in November and December, your guys are healthy and playing at their best, because those are the teams that win Super Bowl. You kind of set the table in September and October, but you want to be healthy and playing your best football November, December going into the tournament.
All right. Well, a lot of excitement is, next week when we talk to you, it'll be camp week. I mean, they'll be reporting at the end of next week, and we've got a preseason opener. It's like a month from tomorrow, I think. I mean, it's here upon us, and once we get going there, we're less than 9 weeks to season opening Sunday. I mean, it is a down the stretch we come.
Jeff?
Yeah.
2023 is over. We will wake up.
Yeah, right.
It'll be Christmas.
Right. And we'll be, and by the way, we'll be 12-3 and positioning ourselves for another postseason run. Deal?
I like that. Let's get the number 1 seed and home field advantage.
Yeah, and just win 2 games and go to the bowl.
Boy, that'd be fun.
We'll Vegas again. We'll redo the last time we were there. We'll eat like kings. What's the name of the place we went to there? The good steak and seafood place.
I can't remember.
You don't remember?
Hopefully you were a little under the weather last time we were
I
there.
was. Yeah, I was. But I went hard though. I played hard. But yeah, I wasn't.
You weren't full capacity.
Yeah.
When it's everyone's sitting around hanging out.
Yeah.
Including your wife, and you're in bed. That's not a good sign.
Oof. Oh, I did do that. Yeah, you guys went and played craps, and I went to bed after dinner. That's usually not me. It's usually the other way around. That's fair. All right, what do we do?
Mrs. P was hanging with us.
That a girl? Hey, listen. There ain't no doubt who the winner is in that whole deal. What do you got this week? You in town, out of town? What are we doing?
I'm a little bit of both.
Okay.
Got my youngest daughter turns 14 this week.
Nice.
So,
happy birthday.
Yeah, so I'll be I got a little travel, but I'll be around for most of the part, and getting ready a couple weeks, go down to Canton for the Hall of Fame week, so kind of getting
ready,
organized for that, and it'll be good.
All right.
It'll be good. I'm looking. I love summer.
All right. Well, we will talk to you next Monday. I got a golf thing that that somebody's asking us to do that you will want to do. I'll talk to you about that off the air at some point. But have a great week. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, Jeff.
All right, there he goes. That's Breakfast with Baselli. He's so measured and with great perspective now that he's in the Hall. Right? Life is good for Tony Baselli.
That yellow jacket will change your life.
Well, for sure. It's good here now. He does completely blow up the broadcast clock. Leaves us with some shorter segments moving forward. But hey, that's okay. We cool. I got a lot to get to. I got a lot of content. We'll shove some in when we come back on the other side. It's the Monday Morning Quarterback Divorce. MenOnly.com.
The Drill from the studios at Republic Services. We'll handle it from here.
Wait, what are these numbers right here for?
It's
1010XL.
Let's count to 10, all right?
Yo. Are you looking for the lowest price on car insurance? ET here for Australia Car Insurance. Call 1-800-CAR Insurance today. Australia is your quick and easy alternative to pay less for car insurance. Switch and save money. Call 1-800-CAR Insurance today.
Men, are you suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE? The medical providers at Prime Men's Medical Center offer breakthrough treatments that eliminate problems in the bedroom without pain or surgery. 98% of men see instant results on their first office visit. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Prime Men's Medical Center offers breakthrough medical treatments that eliminate ED and PE. Men are even lasting 90 minutes or longer, regardless of age or medical history.
But that's not all. For a limited time only, call Prime Men's Medical Center now, and your initial consultation and first treatment are completely free. You'll see instant results right in the office. You'll even get a gift that enhances your performance in the bedroom. All this, worth hundreds of dollars, is free if you call now. 904-664-8217. 904-664-8217. That's 904-664-8217.
The Jacksonville Orthopedic Institute is now offering online scheduling for new patient appointments for all of their physicians. Simply schedule your appointment on your cell phone, tablet, or desktop. JOI is the first orthopedic practice in North Florida to offer this feature to patients. To schedule your appointment online, visit joi.net and click on the button at the top of the page. If you'll be using insurance, be sure and have your information handy. JOI, where the pros go.
Summer is here. Be ready for anything on the road or off the road at Nimnick Buick GMC. Hicken here. Popular GMC and Buick models arriving daily. Yeah, no one ever pays over MSRP at Nimnick Buick GMC. Just stop by their showroom. It's on Phillips Highway, just south of I-295. Shop online, NimnickBuickGMC.com, NIMNICHT, BuickGMC.com, and see why Nimnick Buick GMC is Jacksonville's #1 Buick GMC dealer in all of Jacksonville FLA. If you're looking for a used car under $18,000, Nimnick has a great selection, more than 300 used cars, trucks, and SUVs to choose from. So you have that as well. Nimnick is there for you even on Sundays. Yeah, open on Sundays, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. They've been in the business for 82 years. They do business the right way. Family owned and operated. Nimnick, your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC, we are professional grade.
Is your house exterior due for a wash? First Coast Home Pros has thousands of 5-star reviews for a reason. They get amazing results on even the toughest pressure washing jobs. Schedule now at firstcoasthomepros.com.
Hey, Hicken here. Look, you've been hearing me talk about Zero Res for a while now, but there's 3 things they tell you that I agree with about their company. Best process, best people, and have a promise to do the best cleaning possible every time. And they offer a great deal every month. Well, guess what? July is National Carpet Cleaning Month. For home carpet cleaning, they're offering $49 per room. And for businesses, 20% off in July. Zero Res, man. Spell it forwards or backwards. Zero Res. It's the right way to clean.
Zero Res. It's easier to catch fish if you know where to look.
Cast your line right over there.
Find more fish on the Ring Power Fishing Forecast Show.
Any luck?
Brought to you by Houston's Meats.
Thursday nights at 6.
On 1010XL AM.
Baloo here for Smoonez Vision. Why Smoonez Vision? Well, I've been with Dr. Neil Smoonez now since I got back to Jacksonville in 2006. 37 years of experience he has. Smoonez Vision is a family organization that focuses on personal high-quality medical and surgical eye care. Dr. Catherine Smoonez is fellowship-trained in cornea and cataract surgery and all refractive surgery. Combined, that's 30 years plus in laser eye surgery. Visit SmoonezVision.com today. Care you can see.
Don't ignore plumbing leaks. They can lead to mold and mildew or structural damage and drain your wallet. So when you have a leak and can't wait a week, call Roland Reich Plumbing. PlumbingJacksonville.com.
A lot of companies will tell you they're the best. At Custom Tree Surgeons, they show you every time. Custom Tree Surgeons has built an all-pro team. Every tree service professional has years of experience, continually trained and certified. They know what, when, and how to handle any job. It gets done efficiently and quickly by a team of experts. So for tree trimming, removal, stump grinding, and emergency services, forget any name other than Custom Tree Surgeons. There is no job they can't do better. Go to website CustomTreeSurgeons.com. That's CustomTreeSurgeons.com, and let them show you how the job is supposed to get done.
Hey, poker fans! Christmas in July is back at Best Bet this month. From July 12th through July 23rd, we're paying out over $260,000 in cash, with high hands increasing daily up to $2,300 every hour. Plus, chances to win a 7-day cruise valued at over $3,000. Don't miss all the excitement of Christmas in July. Visit BestBetJax.com for more details. That's BestBetJax.com.
Mark Watson for Hardball Creative. Free promo tip. Put your logo on golf balls and give them to clients who are bad golfers. More hacks equals more exposure. Trust me, it's science. HardballCreative.com.
Hardball Creative. Hardball does it all.
1010XL is presented by Farah & Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars, protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555. Jacksonville.
I think the total for Trayvon and Josh Allen will be 25.
Oh, talk dirty to me, big boy.
Anything, I think 23. 23 to 25.
He dialed it from 25 to 23 awful quick, but the point is there that Tony Boselli, like Louis Riddick was, you've heard me play a lot of Louis Riddick this morning. He just went all in on the Jags on the Rich Eisen show, and I play it not because it's the typical, let's talk about this team and I'll tell you everything good thing about them. No, it was like he brought up the Jags. Louis Riddick got excited. Like, here, I want to be on the floor. I want to be ahead of this, guys. So when we get to January next year and the Jags are getting ready to host the AFC Championship game, so you guys know this is what I thought. And Tony doubling down on the defense, showing a lot of improvement in year 2 under Mike Caldwell as well by saying that on Breakfast with Boselli, which just concluded. All right, the truth lies somewhere in the middle. It became the great debate here on this radio program over the course of a show, I don't know, maybe a month ago, and then we talked about it again on Friday before I made my happy way down to Tampa to watch the Braves take out the Rays in Truist Park South. There were literally more Braves fans in the stadium for both games I was at than Rays fans, and that's a shame, really. I felt for Rays fans. We're walking through concourses that I thought were incredibly cramped, by the way. I'm going to ease back on any criticism of the stadium itself. There are people on the text line who went this weekend. It was the first time they'd been there. They're okay with the stadium. Maybe it's because I've now been there 3 or 4 times, and I'm just getting less appealing to me. I guess if you go there the first time, and you're fine with it per se. But more Braves fans than Rays fans. And here are the Rays, the best team in the American League, and it would suck to be a season ticket holder at the Rays, and you go down there for a big series, and you walk through your concourses, and it was literally like a Braves home game was the vibe, and I'm not embellishing, I'm not exaggerating. There were more Braves fans in the Trop than Rays fans for those 2 games, but that's not a debate that we're here to settle. The truth is, Jacksonville's such a big area that in some places it may take you X amount of time to get to your destination, and others it may take more. But we got into a big roundabout here on just how long it takes to get to the Trop from Jacksonville and how long the drive is. So if you plan on going, what I learned is both answers are correct. You know what? You can do Jacksonville, St. Pete in 3 hours and 15 minutes. If you do it Sunday morning at 6 a.m. If you get a clear flight path, and that's the way we came home from, left, the Trop, even a little further, a little 5 minutes outside, further away from Jacksonville from the Trop, and I dropped my dad off at his place in Nocatee 3 hours and 10 minutes after we left. So, yeah, I guess that can be done. However, if you're going down on a weekday, you are not getting there in less than 4 hours. It took us 4 hours and 35 minutes to get there. 4:35. And because you're playing interstate roulette, buddy, 75 or 4 or 95, at some point you're going to get on interstate to get to Tampa. You're not going 301 the whole daggum way. And when you do, you run the risk. And we got highway hell on our trip down. It was a brutal trip. We left at 12:30. We got there at 4:55. 4.5 hours down. Oh, I was cursing everybody that told me, it's just 3 hours. But I went, and by the way, it would have ended up the same way. There's 2 ways to go to Tampa from here. You can do the Suckers way, 95 to I-4, the simple Suckers way, and that's the way I had to go this time, or reason. Or you can go the back way through Palatka, down through Ocala, and hop on 75 and go that way, which I think for most people in Jacksonville is a little faster. You may not believe, but it's a little faster to go that way, I think. But my son-in-law lives basically at St. Augustine Road 95, and so rather than double all the way back over that side of town and go the back way, we just hopped on 95, did 95-4, making great time, and then I-4 is literally the highway to hell. When you get to the end of I-4, the Satan is there waiting for you with a pitchfork and fire. It is an awful road. I hate it. And, buddy, once we got about Orlando, man, just past Orlando, it started getting bad. And we lost about 45 minutes to just sit There ain't nothing worse in the
Nothing
world
worse.
to me than being on an interstate sitting in a parking lot.
Yeah, standstill traffic.
And you're just like, how can we have 3 lanes of traffic here and it not move? It makes no sense. And you know what always happens too? You get to the end, and all of a sudden you're open throttle 85 miles an hour again. So at the end of the day, it's right. I guess if you can pick and choose when to go, and if you're going to go down and you drove at an off time, but there can't be a less travel time than Sunday morning, early morning. So I caught like the very best to get back, and what ended up being a very brutal. We deserved a win on Friday after sitting through that traffic. We convinced ourselves of that. So the Friday game, Braves give up a home run in the first inning. Because we were late, the boys behind us were even later. We didn't get there until like the second inning into the stadium. And then Sean Murphy hit a home run, I believe, in the third or fourth inning, gave the Braves a 2-1 lead. The Braves got 2 hits the whole game and made it hold up. And I said going down there, I hate going and facing a team that's lost a bunch of games in a row. You just feel like they're due to break out of it, particularly if they're a good team. So that was kind of Friday night in a nutshell. Fun, good time. All 7 of us loved the Airbnb we got. It was fun. It was like a little compound kind of setup. It was nice. The game, obviously, was awesome. Went back for Saturday's game. Went early for Saturday to watch batting practice. The kids wanted to, in particular, wanted to watch the Braves take batting practice, go hang out in the outfield, see if you can shag a ball, that kind of good stuff. So we went early. And in batting practice, Sean Murphy was just hitting balls like 1,000 miles. And so we get to the game. I made one prediction in 2 days sitting, with the 7 of us. I'm not a guy that every time a guy comes up, I turn to him and say, oh, he's going to hit a home run here. Oh, he's going to hit a home run here. But on Saturday, with the game 1-0 and 2 runners on base, and Sean Murphy, who I watched in batting practice, tattoo baseballs like he should have a shop over, in Ybor City, comes to the plate, and I turned to one of my sons. I said, this boy is about to hit this thing 500 feet. Next pitch, just blasted one right, passes out to left field. That's a 3-run homer, and so we win game 2. And now we're house money. We left on Sunday. Braves lost 10-4. Who cares? We got our 2 victories. We had a great time. I will say it was easy to get in and out. The people at the Trop are very friendly. The game day experience crew sucks. Like, they're terrible. They're no good with replays and in-house entertainment and just sprucing up some stuff here and there. There's not enough points of sale places. There's just, but again, they're used to dealing with 13,000 fans. By the way, all 3 games were sellouts. The 2 games we were at sellouts, only 25,000. That's all they hold. Now, they have an upper deck, I think, that'll take them to like 42,000, but they don't open it. They should have. One other suggestion, I don't know what the Major League rules are, but I would suggest for the Rays, like for that Braves series, you have Rays team shops in the building. In Major League Baseball has become, if you go to a Major League game, the only thing you can get is the only gear you can get is the team that's in the stadium. When I was a kid growing up, if you went to a Major League game, there'd be 3 or 4 souvenir stands that had the other teams from around the league, right? You can go to a Braves-Rays game and get a Pirates hat if you wanted one. It's a mistake that that's not available in all the parks. I don't know when they decided that was good business, because I'll say this. If they had to replace the Rays store with Braves stores for this weekend, they'd have made 50 times more money. I would have bought stuff. There were more Braves fans. They would, if they'd have just done it, or not even all of them, put a Braves store for that one. When they play the Yankees, put a Yankee store. Put a Red Sox store. Who cares what your fan base thinks? There's only 10 grand of them here anyway. But they're missing money making by not taking advantage of some rabid fan bases that come calling. I don't know if more fans, because I've heard stories of when the Yankees play than the Red Sox and Cardinals and others. I don't know. I've only been to Tampa for Braves games through the years. I can't imagine they play other teams where there was a bigger, disparity. Then there were more Braves fans in the Trop. Not as many. There were more. There were more Braves fans at that Tampa Bay Atlanta series on Friday night and Saturday night than there were. Also Saturday night, no, thank you though, but no, that was not me that ran on the field. I haven't been to many games where that's happened either. It's the first time I've ever been to a baseball game where a guy went on the field. We had the idiot Jaguar guy that ran out here. That was this past year, early in the year.
Yeah, I ended up with his shoe somehow.
Yeah, that was stupid. So he I was there for that, but other than that, I'm not sure I've ever been at a game where some moron runs out on the field. I didn't like this. Like, he was like getting commended by the fans. Stop it. It's the middle of the game. You're running on the field. There's nothing funny about it.
Yeah, they cheer
There's
him
nothing
on.
cute. Nothing. Just punch that dude in the head and take him to the. Just punch that joker in the side of the head. Throw him out of the stadium.
Those guys can't be sports fans because don't you get banned from the
I guess
stadium
you
or the
do,
arena?
but I was starting to think, how in the world do you pull that off? Maybe with this AI now, they're facially recognizing us everywhere we go. But
True.
Good luck. Like, how are you going to enforce that?
That's true. Yeah.
So it would seem to be hard. So, anyway, that's the weekend that was. Meanwhile, baseball is set up for its All-Star game. The Home Run Derby is tonight. I know a lot of you guys love that. It's come a long way. I watched a story on just like how that Home Run Derby has evolved and changed through the years, and so they'll do that tonight and carry us into Tuesday. The game will be tomorrow, and then it's on to a second half. The Braves, after taking 2 out of 3 in Tampa, have won, I believe, now 12 straight series. They have the best record in baseball by, they've lost 6 fewer games than the Rays. So the Rays would be 6 there, 2 there, 8, 4 games. 4 games better than the Rays now after taking 2 out of 3. The Marlins have the second best record in National League.
Yeah, stop playing.
But they're 8.5 back of the Braves since they're 1-9 against them. No one's catching Atlanta. They're going to be the top seed. Can this talent, this disparity, this powerful year, can it pay off with winning in the playoffs, man? Those great teams don't often and certainly don't always win it all.
Was the MLB draft, was that in Seattle?
No, I don't believe so.
Did Ken Griffey Jr. announce the first overall pick?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I didn't watch it.
I saw him announce the pick. I'm like, well, why? Like, I'm not mad at it. Of course, he's, in my opinion, the greatest baseball player of all time. But why is he announcing it?
It may have been in Seattle. I don't even know. I haven't even looked. I have no idea.
I saw some celebrity baseball games, and they were in
Seattle.
Seattle.
Yeah, they do the Seattle. That's for sure. That's at the All-Star site.
Oh,
the celebrities.
okay.
That's the All-Star weekend. Sunday night they do celebrity softball.
Yeah.
And maybe one other kind of little goofy event. So yeah, but the draft. I don't think the draft is always the Sunday of All-Star Weekend. I could be wrong on that, too. I don't know. The Major League draft doesn't get the kind of play that the NFL draft does, so I'm not as – doesn't stick in my head maybe as much as, perhaps it could. But as we head into the All-Star break, the Braves are certainly – one of the big stories, particularly the way they're mashing the ball. They scored almost 500 runs already, 499. That's second to all of baseball. And after Saturday night's win, they had both the highest batting average in Major League Baseball and the lowest ERA in Major League Baseball. And just in case you're wondering, in the history of Major League Baseball, in its history, when that has happened, when one team has had the best ERA and best batting average. Also, by the way, the most home runs. The last team to lead Major League Baseball with home runs and ERA were the 2020 Dodgers won the World Series, the 44 Cardinals won the World Series, the 27 Yankees won the World Series. By the way, the Daily's Double Take also comes from the sports world, and what Elly De La Cruz is doing for the Reds is certainly bringing people to the game. He had a really rare accomplishment on Saturday. Super cool. But Elly De La Cruz of the Reds, who's got called up, he's also setting a torrid pace on some other markers, like the fastest to get 40 hits and 10 steals. And I can't keep up with all the analytics now, the way they break them down. But I will say this about Elly. He stole second, third, and fourth in the same inning of a ball game.
Oh, wow.
It has happened very rarely in Major League history. But that's a Daily's Double Take right there. You do a double take when you see a guy doing things like that. It's hard enough to steal home, but still second, third, and home. Bingo, bango, bongo. Yeah, that's a Daily's Double Take. Brought to you by The Dash. Go experience. I think the Boss Hog might be the sandwich of the month. Whatever it is. It's delicious. It is.
I went to Dailies yesterday.
That's my guy.
They were trying to get me to do the Boss Hog, but I said, nope, give me that BLT.
Yeah, you like that too, don't you? Well, you'll have a Boss Hog this week. I've already arranged that. How about that? So, all right, the broadcast clock is blown up. We'll get it sorted, squared away, come back with more on the other side. ESPN is identifying the top 10 players at each position. For a team with Super Bowl hopes and ascending, the Jags don't show up when it comes to top-end talent very much. We'll see of the 3 or 4 categories released if they have so far on these particular lists. You are locked into The Drill on 1010XL 92.5 FM.
The Drill on 1010XL. From the studios of Republic Services, we'll handle it from here. Bring in the heat. Your station for summertime fun. 1010XL, your summertime fun station.
Hi, this is Dale Murray from South Georgia to Central Florida and coast to coast. The Murray Ford Superstores are still putting the customers first and cranking out the deals those big city dealers can't touch. It's no wonder everybody's driving to Murray Ford Superstore to purchase their new vehicle. It's simple. If Murray Ford Superstores doesn't have it, the manufacturer doesn't build it. Plus, you get a 15-year, 150,000-mile warranty included on every qualified new and pre-owned vehicle. Shazam! Holy Jesus Aruba Batman, how do we do it? There's no reason for your purchase to take all day, running around with those big city dealers and being flim-flammed with those big city prices. Nobody beats our prices, and I mean nobody. And we'll trade anything from aluminum cans to minivans. Be American, buy Murray Ford Superstore. Compare our prices online at ShazamAuto.com. Then come see me, Dale Murray, in Stark or Kingsland. I'll be waiting for you. And remember, at any Murray Superstore, it's all about you. Shazam!
Frank Frangie here for Ponte Vedra Hearing Associates. They understand that no 2 ears are the same. That's why they offer custom-fit hearing solutions tailored specifically to your needs. Already have hearing aids and still not hearing well? Ponte Vedra Hearing Associates services all makes and models and offers a free 10-point cleaning check of your current aids. Call 404-5108. That's 404-5108 or visit PonteVedraHearing.com today.
If your ride is making strange noises, don't wait and make it worse. Come to Action Transmission on Merrill Road. My expert technicians can diagnose the problem and likely fix it fast. Experience the difference at Action Transmission on Merrill Road.
I want to make our backyard into a paradise, but where do I start?
A few people I know chose CSS Fireplaces and Outdoor Living. They do it all: fire pits, pergolas, and custom outdoor kitchens.
That sounds convenient, but I don't want a half dozen subcontractors milling around.
CSS is a licensed contractor, so they do 100% of the work themselves, from start to finish.
That's perfect. Let's get an estimate.
Well, I already toured their showroom last week.
Ha! Well, what are we waiting for? Let's do it.
CSSOutdoor.com.
Hey, come to Bowden Eye Care for all your eye needs. Hicken here. Did you know that diabetes is a leading cause of blindness? Affects up to 34 million Americans. Please don't take diabetes lightly. If you have diabetes, see your favorite Bowden Eye doc and save your vision. Bowden Eye is dedicated to the protection and preservation of the treasured gift of sight. Bowden Eye and Associates. Visit today for your personal consultation. Bowden Eye. We keep the First Coast focused. New location now open off County Road 210 in St. Johns County.
Summer is here, so while you're at the beach or on your bike, head on down to Sliders Oyster Bar in Neptune Beach, where you'll find the absolute freshest seafood in all of the 904. The biggest shrimp, the saltiest oysters, the freshest fish, all here at our newly renovated restaurant in Neptune Beach. Fresh seafood delivered daily by Safe Harbor, straight from the boat to your plate. Unique oyster specials daily, along with mixed cocktails from the bar. Come enjoy this beach vibe. Sliders Oyster Bar in Neptune Beach, locally owned by Safe Harbor Seafood.
No games, no problem.
That's the crazy part.
Football season's always in season on Jaguars Today with Mike Dempsey, Fat Tony, and E.T.
From the Jacksonville Orthopedic Institute studios.
10 to noon weekdays on 1010XL.
Did you know that many cooling companies are now part of big conglomerates with no connection to Northeast Florida? In the past, they have concentrated on heating and air conditioning, but after a buyout, many add plumbing and electrical services. This raises their overhead, and those costs are passed on to the consumer. It's a case where bigger isn't better, it's just more expensive. Not Mike Merritt's Heating and Air. Mike Merritt remains family-owned and operated. Merritt's focus has been the same for more than 30 years, keeping Northeast Florida comfortable, no matter what the weather. And there are no overtime or weekend surcharges. Mike Merritt's team does not work on commission. They repair only what needs repair and offer replacements only on what can't be fixed. And unlike at giant corporations where you can feel like just another number, With Mike Merritt, you'll feel like number one. Florida license CACO 50384.
The 9 after 5 rolls on at the Golf Club of Southampton, so get on the tee with me, Joe C. The XL Primetime League is in the summer stretch, and you need to be part of it. Southampton invites you to join us every Wednesday for our 9 after 5. Beat the heat and blow off a little steam with friends and family at Southampton. A great game every week, good grub afterwards, and prizes. Call 287-PLAY and get in the game every Wednesday. It's our 9 after 5 at Southampton. Call 287-PLAY.
If you want to get into broadcasting, 1010XL is partnering with the Broadcasters and Sportscasters Mentoring Group to offer on-air broadcast training to a select few. Find out how you can be mentored at getintobroadcasting.com. Getintobroadcasting.com.
Life is about choices and the decisions you make. I'm David Robbins with Epstein & Robbins. If you're convicted of a DUI, you'll have to face severe consequences. Walking through the doors of the courthouse or appearing at a bond hearing can be extremely intimidating. Without the right lawyer, you're likely to make the wrong decision. Let our team help you make the right decisions in court. Epstein & Robbins, the right choice.
Epstein & Robbins, fighting for your rights since 1975.
Prosser here for Lifetime Enclosures and Lifetime Flooring. With the weather now hot as can be, look ahead and get that backyard ready for fall with a new open-air or screened-in enclosure. Maximize the space you have and make it great with Lifetime Enclosures and Lifetime Flooring. They truly are the best in the business. So if you have the space and the idea, give them a call today. Lifetime Enclosures and Lifetime Flooring. Showroom just off Phillips Highway. Tell them Prosser sent you.
1010XL is presented by Farah & Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars. Protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555. Jacksonville.
I'll say this could be the best offense. This could be the most explosive offense the Jaguars have ever put on the field.
Thank
you. And I'm going back to when we had Jimmy, Keenan, and Brett.
I would just need to get Tony Baselli and Louis Riddick Jr. together in the same room and start printing Super Bowl t-shirts.
Right.
What we need to do, and I'm for it. I'm for that. From the text line designed by Lifetime Enclosures, I'm 53 years old. I-4 has literally been under construction my entire life. It ain't got any better, buddy. I ran in one of those I-4 hell zones. I knew better than to do it. I couldn't backtrack from all the way over there at Nocatee all the way over to through Palatka, down through Green. I just couldn't do it, man. It's too far to go back. I'm right here on the interstate. We're going to try it this way.
Yeah.
And it was giving me a similar time arrival, but I knew better. I knew that damn I-4 was going to kill you. I don't know what we did, by the way, back the days before GPS. I may not have got there till 8 o'clock at night if I had not at least skirted off and, took a back road here or there just to get around some messes. So, but yeah, it got a lot of people on the text line. We must have taken 500 down from the Jacksonville area, I bet.
Also on the text line, you boys are bringing it today. Jeff, you came in here, you said we were content heavy today.
That's what we do.
We might not even be able to get to everything.
It's so unfunny, by the way, these people sending in the pictures of the dude getting carried off. Whoa, I found Jeff. Come on, man. Y'all be better. Icken did that on text. It's just not funny. It's so low hanging. It's just not. I mean, I really.
This is how low hanging it is. You knew exactly what it was.
I did. I respect a creative dude, man. I respect a jab at me if it's well played. Look at Jeff getting cut off the field. It's just unfunny. It is. It doesn't even bother. I mean, sometimes something unfunny it bothers you. So, like me especially, you know me. I get in a mood every now and then.
That's my boy.
Yeah, sometimes it'll do it that way, right? But not so much there. That's just not funny. I'm just saying. Yeah, I got some other things on the text line, but I'm gonna leave the critiquers alone. Here, I have just something to say to those, and I've taken a couple of pot shots on the text line. Some people have texted me, and this is got him. All right, I got one. Got him. I'm about to get y'all. Okay, I'm about to get y'all. Got him. I'm about to. You just threw it to the pitchback machine, baby. Got him. So to everyone who's chirping in a little cynicism, smugly, about that LPGA event. Oh, the Tigers.
Got him.
There you go. Get it ready, okay? All right? Or all you, oh, yeah, I see the Tigress, being smart alecky because, as I said, I think this Rose Zhang can have a Tiger effect. I think she could take the LPGA to where there'll be weeks, depending on what kind of griping and greediness is going on with the men, that you might choose LPGA golf. I watched a lot. I watched her on Thursday until I fell asleep. Friday, she kind of fell out of contention. I was gone Friday and Saturday, didn't watch any golf, but I watched some yesterday. Unfortunately, by then, Rose Zhang wasn't super viable on the leaderboard. She's far from terrible. Again, to set the deal on this Rose Zhang, if you hadn't heard, she's like 19, 20, just turned 20. Back-to-back NCAA champion. No woman's ever done that. She won the U.S. Women's Amateur. She had the scoring. She already holds the course record for women at Pebble Beach, where they played this week's U.S. Open. She went pro. Her very first event, she won. Her second event was a major. She was top 10. Her third event this weekend was the U.S. Open. And to hear y'all talk, she's a miserable failure, and we're stupid for talking about her. She finished 8th. But so they're coming in, oh, yeah, Rose Zhang, and oh, I see the Tigress. Okay, get ready for the drop-in. Here's where it comes. To all these people that are saying this, I would ask you a question honestly, going back and forth. When's the last time you looked at an LPGA leaderboard? When's the last time you checked an LPGA event to see where some person you don't believe is the next whatever was? That is the Tiger effect.
Got him.
So yeah, the Tiger effect, when I talk about this little girl's potential impact on the golf world and on her tour in particular, doesn't mean she wins every tournament. That's not Tiger's biggest effect in golf. Believe it or not, with all the championships and all the majors and all the titles, that's not the Tiger effect. The Tiger effect was the number of eyeballs he brought to a sport that previously weren't watching. And when it comes to women's golf, all of you that are texting in to me, or not all, those of you who are saying, oh, yeah, so much for the Tiger effect. She was, T8. No, that's the Tiger effect. You know where she finished. All right, let's go take a quick break, come back, talk Sharks football, getting some other news notes. We'll see what's training this hour. It's the Monday Morning Quarterback, divorcemenonly.com.
The Drill on 1010XL. From the studios of Republic Services, we'll handle it from here. Lauren Brooks.
Who is this woman? She's my secretary, sir. She's a very good secretary.
On The Franchi Show, afternoons on 1010XL 92.5 FM.
Here's Linda Beaver.
Who's your hero? Before you answer Superman, I don't mean those heroes. I'm talking our local heroes. Do you know one? Beaver Toyota and Beaver Chevrolet want to recognize your hero in a big way. This year, we will recognize local heroes in our community and honor them with a brand new car. That's right, we'll be giving away a brand new car, cash, and free oil changes for life to our local heroes. Visit localwowheroes.com to nominate and vote today. Let's wow our heroes.
Are you tired of leaky roofs, outdated siding, and drafty windows? It's time to call the experts at All Pro Roofing. All Pro Roofing is excited to announce we're not just about roofs anymore. We've got you covered when it comes to exterior siding and windows too. We'll transform your property into a modern and energy-efficient space. All Pro Roofing, now your trusted partner for commercial roofing, multifamily projects, exterior siding, and windows. AllProRoofingLLC.com.
License number CCC 1327056.
The IRS has just received $80 billion in funding to hire additional agents for aggressive collections enforcement. If you owe the IRS, now is the time to take action before the IRS comes after you or your business. There's no time to waste. Call J. David Tax Law, a firm right here in Jacksonville, for a no-cost consultation at 904-507-4777. That's 904-507-4777. Or visit jdavidtaxlaw.com. Peace of mind is only a click or phone call away.
Hey folks, Mike Dempsey for Tire Outlet. Are you tired of overpaying for tires? Well, cruise into Tire Outlet for the best selection, best quality, and best prices on the tires you need to keep you and your family safe on the road. With over 40 years of experience and 15 locations across Florida, Tire Outlet is the brand you can trust to perform great service at a great price. Our expert technicians are ready to do the maintenance and repairs to keep your vehicle performing its best. Tire Outlet. Wholesale prices, premium service.
Tire Outlet.
Your home value is way up, and you can use that money right now. Pay off credit cards, remodel your house, both, whatever you want. Prosser here for Loan Pronto. Loan Pronto can convert that home equity into cash in as little as 2 weeks with no cost to you and zero hassle. Mike and Joan in Ponte Vedra called Loan Pronto. They did a Loan Pronto zero-cost cash-out refi. They got a check for $100,000, used $50 to pay off all their credit cards and a car loan, and used the other $50 to upgrade their master bath and kitchen. They locked in new APR in the 2s and lowered their total monthly bills by hundreds of dollars. Hello? What are you waiting on? Call Loan Pronto now. Convert your home value into cash and put that money to good use. Do it now, and you can even skip your next 2 house payments. Call 904-999-1508 or go to loanpronto.com. That's 904-999-1508. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval. Not all loans apply.
Hey, this is Stevie Beechurst of Beechurst Plumbing. Growing up in Jacksonville, I was always proud when my dad would point at a building and say, I did the plumbing for that. That's the same kind of pride we instill in every plumber here at Beechurst Plumbing. And that's the kind of pride you can expect when you hire Beechurst Plumbing for your home or business. Right now, we're doing spring specials to get your project going. To find out how we can help you, visit beechurstplumbing.com. BETROS plumbing.com. Beechurst Plumbing, here to help.
Hi, Flying Jacko here, sports fans. Boy, is it hot. It's hot for the girls, too. And when I'm feeling the heat, I head for Woody's and pick up a good old-fashioned family feast.
At Woody's Barbecue, it's what we do. Let's eat.
Chronic joint pain has a snowball effect. It's not just the pain.
What that did is just make me depressed that I couldn't get back into the gym, and I was inactive, gaining weight. I had to find another alternative.
And for Chad, that alternative was QC Kinetics and the non-surgical, natural biologic treatments that can give lasting relief to aching hips, shoulders, knees, and backs.
Once they explained it, it made sense. Putting what we have inside our body back into us in a certain strategic way to heal up in a natural process was fantastic.
QC Kinetics treatments take place right in the office. No downtime, no surgery. And as for the outcome,
I'm just back to bouncing around, having fun, doing my work, living pain-free.
Don't let chronic joint pain rob you of your quality of life. Discover advanced regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics. Call now to learn more. It's a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 904-274-5522. That's 904-274-5522. 904-274-5522.
Hicken here. Guess what July is? National Carpet Cleaning Month. For home carpet cleaning, Zero Res offering $49 per room. And for businesses, they're offering 20% off in July. Zero Res, man. Spell it forwards or backwards. It's the right way to clean.
Zero Res. WJXL AM Jacksonville Beach. WJXL FM Jacksonville Beach.
This is your Southeast Orthopedic Specialist local sports update. I'm E.T. Tony Baselli joined the drill with Breakfast with Baselli and had some high praises on your Jacksonville Jaguars.
I think the total for Trayvon and Josh Allen will be 25.
Oh, talk dirty to me, big boy.
Anything, I think 23 to 25.
And in some other Jaguar news, Louis Riddick joined Rich Eisen on the Eisen Show, where he had some high compliments on your head coach, Doug Peterson.
And as a leader and as a person, I couldn't be higher on any coach in the NFL as I am on him, as far as a guy who's already won a Super Bowl, but now it's kind of like trying to put his name back in the upper echelon of coaches again.
Currently, it's 9:17 and it's 83 degrees. Your time and your temp is brought to you by Bueller Air Conditioning. Stay cool with Bueller. Stay tuned for the 9 o'clock hour next, right here on 1010XL and 92.5 FM.
1010XL is presented by Farah & Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars. Protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555. Jacksonville.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Gookin Nation. It's another hour with Duval's Big Dogs of Sports Media. Dan Hicken.
Yes. Hey!
Jeff Prosser.
Blah, blah, freaking blah.
And E to the T.
E.T. is the GOAT producer. What Calvin Ridley's going to do for Trevor Lawrence and what Trevor's going to do for Calvin Ridley, Calvin's going to burst back onto the scene as being that guy who, when he left, before he left and was suspended, I thought was the best route runner in the NFL, period. He can run any route and absolutely break your ankles, tear your ACLs, dislocate your... This guy is a route-running just genie. And he is going to do wonders for this outside passing game for Jacksonville.
Now, Jeff.
Yes, sir.
I feel like just Friday, you were talking about how good of a route runner Calvin Ridley was.
Okay, yeah.
So that just proves the point that these guys listen to the drill.
Well, we've wondered. We've half accused. All right, Jason Gibson getting ready for his football team to just make it a little, double tap on that Predator's skull. Sharks went down to Orlando 167-44. Don't forget, you can get your tickets. They're back at home this weekend. ET will be there, part of the game night festivities. Unlike Tampa Bay and the Trop, they got a good game day atmosphere, good game day production, good game day entertainment. Call 6210700, get your Sharks tickets today. But, yeah, they went down 167-24. I mean, this season, they got so fortunate when they picked up that quarterback from Albany.
Yeah, they were. They were already getting good quarterback play. Then he went down with an unfortunate injury, and they didn't skip a beat.
But this guy's MVP in the league, and he's already got like 37 touchdown passes since he got here. Sam Castroneva is his name, and the Sharks are playing the best. There are other teams in the league having issues in more ways than one. So good to see the Sharks win on the road. We got some breaking news development this morning. Some eye for an eye folk would say, what took you so long?
News and notes.
Convicted child molester Larry Nassar, he's that quote-unquote doctor, that pig.
Right.
Who molested all those gymnast girls. Just an awful person. You'd like to break his fingers off if given the chance. Again, that's my eye for eye mentality sometimes. I don't mean for it to slip out. Larry Nassar was stabbed multiple times in federal prison here in Florida. He's serving hundreds of years for sexually assaulting star U.S. gymnasts and possessing child pornography to boot. Two people familiar with the matter say the attack happened Sunday during a fight with another inmate. I can't imagine. I wonder how Larry Nassar fights. I wonder which hand he slaps with first.
Right?
I wonder which foot he turns and hauls ass and runs away with first. I wonder where this little cowardly little weasel, I wonder just how he, quote, gets in a fight. Nassar, who was a disgusting pig of a human being, was stabbed in the back and the chest, said to be stable condition. That's good. Maybe he can get his ass beat a few more times before he's done. I don't want you to stab him to death. Stab him into stable condition so when he comes back into Gen Pop, you can beat his wormy little face down one more time.
Bad things happen to bad people.
You little worm. You gross little pig. More than 300 girls and women, I will remind you, were sexually abused by this guy while he had them under the guise of medical treatment. Just a pattern of horrendous abuse, stretches back decades. Finally arrested him in 2016. The university itself missed many, many opportunities to detain this predator. In fact, had to pay out $500 million for letting him continue to do his thing, I guess. USA Gymnastics, they also had to pay out another $380 million, $1 billion worth of damage. This little scumbag pulled off, and so stabbed. And what took you so long is the question. I mean, I'm not saying that to endorse anything or one way or the other, but just in reporting this, surprised it's been this long that somebody has not beaten the hell out of that wormy little miscreant. What a cretin. All right, who are the best players in the league by position? It's one thing's coming clear as we get, again, arrow up, optimism up on our Jaguars and how good they can be. You know how much easier and better it is to do this show by yourself when you're not deadly sick? God, what a difference. Anyway,
Oh, yeah.
I got better. I was fine. But
Yeah.
I had a couple of cold ones by the time I got there Friday night.
Bet.
I was terrible Wednesday and Thursday here, got through. Friday, I felt better here. Still wasn't perfect, but by the time I got down there Friday, it was the old 24-hour, and it kind of played out, so I was lucky. Anyway, one thing you're noticing here as we look at all these lists, the Jaguars and their high ceiling and the projections list is getting. I told you there'd be people picking them for the Super Bowl league. We said that.
For sure.
And now they're getting closer and closer, and you're hearing people like Louis Riddick, and I heard one of the other, analysts say the Jags were their dark horse. There are going to be people picking the Jags to go to the Super Bowl. And as you look at them and you look at some of these other offseason lists, the sum is greater than the parts. You don't find the Jaguars listed with the second best defensive tackle. They've got the fourth best edge rusher, the fifth best corner. You look at top 10 lists, and the only dude who shows up is Trevor.
Yep.
The only one. They don't have a top 10 receiver. Again, according to the experts in some of these offseason lists. They don't have a top 10 running back. They don't have a top 10 offensive lineman. They don't have a top 10 tight end. They don't have a top 10 edge rusher. They don't have a top 10 linebacker. They don't have a top 10 corner, a top 10 safety. They don't have a top 10 player in any of those positions if you listen to the league. I could argue for guys placed in those top 10s. I could. If you're arguing to be in the top 10, it's all relative, I guess. Today, though, ESPN has rolled out, or over the last few days, they've rolled out off-ball linebackers, defensive tackles, and now edge rushers. Corners, safeties come the next couple days. Then we'll get to the offensive side where our quarterback will show up in the top 10. But if you're looking for edge rushers, that list out today, Nick Bosa is number 1. How they did this, by the way, is they got together a bunch of league executive coaches, scouts, players to rank them. So this isn't ESPN's brain trust. This is going to the league themselves and asking the players and coaches and opponents and front offices, asking them who they rank in these areas. Second best, Myles Garrett, then Micah Parsons, T.J. Watt, Son Reddick. Man, what a pickup he ended up being for the Eagles. See, we talk about Arden Key like he was Hassan Reddick. Hassan Reddick is when you hit a grand slam. Arden Key's when you hit a Europa single to the left.
That was definitely a single.
Max Crosby, Brian Burns, former Knoll, Matthew Judon, Von Miller of the Bills, still at age 34 carrying that kind of prestige. He's coming off a torn ACL. And then Joey Bosa, the other Bosa, rounds out the top 10. He's the Chargers Bosa. Honorable mentions, Aiden Hutchinson, among others, and then receiving votes. The Jags did not have an edge rusher even receive a vote. So you had a top 10. I have another 5 honorable mentions, and then I have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I have another 7 also receiving votes. That's 22 edge rushers. Nary a vote for a Jaguars player. Okay, well, if we don't even have a top 22 edge rusher, then certainly we must have great off-ball linebackers. Let's check that one out, shall we? Execs, coaches, players ranking the NFL's top 10 players at various positions. We got no edge rushers among the 22 even receiving a vote. Let's see how we do on off-ball linebackers. We are, after all, a Super Bowl contender. All right, let's go to the off-ball linebackers. Number 1's Fred Warner.
Okay.
Number 2 is Roquan Smith. Number 3 is Tremaine Edmonds. Number 4 is Matt Milano of the Bills, Devin White of the Bucks, Demario Davis of the Saints, Shaquille Leonard of the Colts, Nick Bolton of the Kansas City Chiefs, C.J. Mosley of the Jets, and Dre Greenlaw of the 49ers.
I just can't go for that, man. I just can't.
All right, honorable mentions, Bobby Wagner, Levante Hey, Foye, my man, honorable mention. That would at least put us in the top 15, among the top 15. By the way, anyone else that plays off-ball here is off the radar. No one else shows up with votes. So we got 2 levels of defense here, and I got 1 guy receiving votes out of the 30 or so defenders. But let's keep it going, shall we? One more position that's already been ranked. Let's see. We've got edge rushers just game. I got off-ball. Let's go D tackles. I mean, all I've heard is Roy Robertson Harris even considered a D tackle, or is he called an end? He may be called an end.
I know, right?
That 3-4 is kind of goofy when you're trying to determine. I feel like there are 3 tackles there. I feel like Fatukasi, Rory Robertson-Harris. God, why I keep drawing a blank on the big Ohio State kid, man.
Hamilton.
Yeah, Devon Hamilton. I feel like they're all tackles. That's what they feel like. All right, let's go to D tackles. I have a feeling that Aaron Donald will show up. Yeah, there he is, number 1. Then we got Chris Jones of Kansas City, real nice player. Jeffrey Simmons on our division for Tennessee, nice player. Quinnen Williams of the Jets has worked out. Javon Hargrave went from the Eagles to the 49ers. He shows up number 5. Dexter Lyons of the Giants. DeForest Buckner of Indy still holding his spot. Deron Payne of the Washington Commanders. Cam Hayward of the Steelers. And number 10, Jonathan Allen of Washington. All right, what about honorable mention? Christian Wilkins, Vita Vea, Kenny Clark, Derek Brown, Leonard Williams. Okay, no. All right, well, that's only 15. 15, all right. Well, let's go to also receiving votes. Grady Jarrett, Eric Armstead, DJ Reader, Draymond Jones, Dalvin Tomlinson, Ed Oliver, Grover Stewart. Oops. So between the entire defensive line, the Jags don't have one guy recognized among the top 23 to 25 at that position. Yet, you heard Louis Riddick, between Mike Caldwell getting his guys for a second year, the thought on his ceiling as a coach, and these athletes they put together, guys like that would bet that when these lists come out next year, there will be some guys show up. All right, let's see what's trending. We call it the top 5, and it's next on today's edition of The Drill, the Monday Morning Quarterback, brought to you by DivorceMenOnly.com.
What's the deal with the show? The 1010XL Podcast Network is now available just about everywhere you find podcasts.
I mean, I think the show's going to be a huge hit.
Search for your favorite 1010XL podcast in your platform of choice.
The Drill from the studios at Republic Services. We'll handle it from here.
Attention car buyers, are you noticing markups on vehicles on dealer lots? Well, come to Key Buick GMC, where we never have markups on our vehicles. Ask for Derek or Brian, where we have fair value pricing, no additional markups, as well as the only Buick GMC dealer with a lifetime powertrain warranty on all new Buicks and GMCs. That's only at Key Buick GMC. We are professional grade across from Tinseltown on the corner of South Side and Gate, or go to our website, KeyBuickGMC.com.
When you choose J-Dog Junk Removal, you're not just hiring a junk removal service. You're investing in a company that believes in making a lasting impact on the lives of our veterans and our community. J-Dog is dedicated to giving back to our local veteran organizations. They have donated over $50,000 in materials and services, ensuring that these valuable organizations have the resources they need to support our veterans. J-Dog Junk Removal, veteran-owned, veteran-operated.
Does your home or building need painting? For over 20 years, Performance Painting has had the privilege of preserving many of Jacksonville's most prominent buildings. That said, we feel like we're just getting started. I'm Jason Parker, and our team thrives on preparing, protecting, and preserving the homes, businesses, and public buildings that make up our local landscape. Contact us today to put our years of experience to work for you. Performance Painting. Prepare, protect, preserve.
Performance Painting!
Hear that? That's the sound of the grill in summertime. That is a clean grill by Grill SOS. Backyard barbecue season is here. Let the 5-star rated pros at Grill SOS deep clean your barbecue grill. Book now at grillsos.com.
At Big Chief Tire, we care about your safety on the road. Frank Frangie here. We're proud to offer the best tire brands at affordable prices so you can drive safely and get more value out of your car without breaking the bank. Visit our new Orange Park location for brake repairs, tire replacement, oil changes, services, and more. Call 904-932-0950 or visit BigChiefTire.com to schedule an appointment at one of these 5 Jacksonville locations. We keep Jacks rolling.
He'll satisfy your hunger for a good football story.
I'm former Pro Bowl offensive lineman Leon Searcy. Listen for my stories doing Lunch with Leon.
Brought to you by the Sausage Dudes. Sausage with a purpose. Lunch with Leon. Weekdays on 1010XL.
So we bid farewell to Goldie the Goldfish as she journeys to that big pond in the sky. Amen.
She's still there, Dad.
What?
Goldie's still there, Dad.
Because Dad didn't have Roland Reese Plumbing clean the drains and sewer lines, this little pet funeral is going to take take a long time.
All right, we therefore send our Goldie once again to the appropriate place.
Still there.
For this and all of your plumbing needs 24 hours a day, call Roland Reese Plumbing at 260-7059 or click plumberinjacks.com.
You don't have to be a football star to get a signing bonus. The team at Republic Services needs your skills, and they're paying up to $5,000 for you to join the roster. You'll be joining a winner. As an essential business, the Republic Services trucks have not stopped rolling with hourly and weekly pay and better benefits and vacation packages than the rest of the league. Driver trainees, $1,000 sign-on bonus. CDL drivers, $3,000. Diesel mechanics, $5,000 bonus. Join the winning team at Republic Services today. Visit republicservices.com.
Equal opportunity employer.
Active and pain-free. That's the ticket. Dr. George Barry here, and I know that's the goal of every patient I see. They want the best possible care so they can go back to enjoying life. That could be pickup basketball, golf, tennis, running, or just working out. It all requires you to be as healthy as you can be. If joint pain is taking its toll on your active lifestyle, come see me at Barry Orthopedics. We have locations all over Jacksonville and can diagnose and treat even the most severe joint pain. A homegrown Jacksonville practice. Find out more at BarryOrthopedics.com.
You're gonna love the hot summer RV sale at General RV. July 12th through the 16th. With payments as low as $99 a month. Only at General RV. In Orange Park on Wells Road off 295. $99 monthly payment based on purchase price of $14,999 with 30% down at 7.7% APR for 180 months. Rate and payments are subject to change at any time. Conditions apply.
It's a unique gift idea and a popular way to add fun and personality to any wedding environment. Mystic Cornhole Company builds custom, high-quality boards right here in Jax. Visit the shop on Phillips Highway or check out their designs at mysticcornhole.com.
Hey everybody, Mike Dempsey here for Pella Windows and Doors. These intense summer storms are a good reminder to visit the Pella showroom on Phillips Highway. Check out Pella's new Hurricane Shield and Defender series. These amazing windows exceed all coastal requirements for storm protection. Seriously, they can withstand the impact of a 2x4 shot out of a cannon at 50 feet per second. You want quality style and protection? Visit PellaJacks.com and the showroom on Phillips Highway right next to Tesla. That's Pella Windows and Doors.
1010XL is presented by Farah & Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars. Protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555. Jacksonville.
Chubby boy.
What Calvin Ridley's going to do for Trevor Lawrence and what Trevor's going to do for Calvin Ridley, Calvin's going to burst back onto the scene as being that guy who, when he left, before he left and was suspended, I thought was the best route runner in the NFL, period. He can run any route and absolutely break your ankles, tear your ACLs, dislocate your... This guy is a route running just genie. And he is going to do wonders for this outside passing game for Jacksonville.
Riddick high on the Jags. I think a lot of people are as we get closer to camp, which, by the way, again, we rolled up our sleeves. It's time to get into some Jags issues and answers. We got training camp opening at the end of next week, man. Rookies, I believe, the 21st report. The vets just a couple days later. I mean, August 11th, right? Isn't August 11th the preseason opener at Dallas? Today is July 10th? No? Bless you in there, my man.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we're a month. I mean, tomorrow's going to be a month out from the preseason opener. So, I mean, it's good. The ball's going to drop, and it's going to be go time, man. So, how exciting. How exciting to be this close inside of 9 weeks from season opening Sunday as well. So, we're going to get to what's trending here in just a second. ET's got it loaded up for us. I did want to mention, we've kind of mentioned a couple times today, I don't know if there's like a debate. I don't know if it's an open forum, but this kind of announcement that as they redo Ben Hill Griffin Stadium in Gainesville, that it's going to be capacity is going to be lowered to 75,000 is not sitting well with Gator Nation, and nor should it. it feels like you're going backwards. You've built a home field advantage in a loud, raucous stadium that holds 90,000 on game day. Florida last year in their home games, I saw this stat, and you know what? It doesn't matter if it's like, well, I'll give you my retort here in a second, but a lot of people come back with, well, there were 6,000 empty seats. We don't have 90. That doesn't matter. You had 90,000 sold. These are the official attendance numbers for home games last year, and now they're going to cut it to 75,000 seats? Utah, 90,799. Kentucky, 89.9. USF, 88.4. Missouri, 88.4. LSU, 90,500. And South Carolina, 89.4. Those are 15,000, more tickets than are going to be available. And so, yeah, you want things nicer. Yeah, you want wider seats. You want more concourse room. And sure, that comes at a price. I wonder, as more teams do this, if it won't become the trend. I don't see Florida backing off of this. I think they're going to, maybe they'll get up to 77,000, 78,000. I don't think they're going to suddenly, and there's a petition online apparently being passed around to get enough signatures to mandate that it's at least 85,000. There are a lot of things at play here, though. That's 15,000 fans that look forward to nothing more than going to Gator games every weekend that will no longer be able to go because you've lowered that number. And when you lower that number, guess what else you do? You up the price. Gin Pop, just some family from Apopka can't go over to Gainesville and spend $30 a ticket and sit in the upper deck and enjoy a game. They can't even do it. Because now you're going to become more like the NFL with the high-priced special seating. So, and by the way, that number, it does not mean chairbacks throughout the stadium, because I've read that because it's built at such a steep pitch, and they're going to try and keep that. That canyon-like stadium, it keeps the noise in there. But you can't put chairbacks because of the way the thing is built straight up. So it will still, but they will be wider, like a good few inches wider per seat. But, man, at what cost? And there are a lot of Gator fans that this is a real big issue. It's not as big an issue for me. I mean, I got to be honest. I go to Gainesville. It's usually in a press capacity, and that won't change. But, yeah, I don't know why at any point you want to thin out your fan base. But it looks like it has been a little bit. We'll see if it's all said and done, if it's in stone. But it sure doesn't seem like Florida's like throwing out their options or looking for feedback. They're going to do a new stadium, and with the architecture they're considering, it'll be about 75,000 fans. We'll see. All right, what's trending, ET? I want to get through that before we wrap up today. It's brought to you by Pet Paradise. I was driving down yesterday. I passed two Pet Paradise, or yesterday over the weekend. One down there at World Golf Village. I mean, they got you from north of town by the airport to south of town by World Golf Village. They got you at University. They got you out by Oakleaf and East neck of the woods. There's one right down the road for me on Racetrack. They just do a terrific job. What a well-run operation, man. They put it where it's needed. They're building the best in facilities. They're treating your pet better than anyone else. There's a lot of imitators out there. They're trying to do what Pet Paradise started. They'll never do it as good. Go to petparadise.com.
Number 5.
Los Angeles Lakers legend Kobe Bryant will grace the cover of NBA 2K24, the signature edition.
I'm guessing that part of that is because of the 24 number.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's been on the cover before. I got no problem with it. Is that as big a deal for the NBA players as it is for NFL?
I don't know if it's as big of a deal as it is for the NFL guys. But it is. They're happy about it. But the NFL guys make it a big deal.
All right.
What's kind of cool about that with Kobe on there is Gritty. Gritty is a big fan of Kobe.
Okay.
Which is weird because he never really saw Kobe. He loves Kyrie. He likes Ja, but he really likes Kobe. Yeah, I think it's more of his sneakers.
Yeah, well, he loves Daddy. Daddy's a Kobe guy.
Yeah, LeBron, but
I know, but you got some Kobe.
Yeah, definitely got some Kobe in there.
Number 4.
New Instagram Threads app has passed over 70 million users. This Twitter-like app has, it's started by, who is it, Zuckerberg?
That dude, I mean, as I read, I'm not on social media. I could care less about Threads or Twitter or Facebook or Meta or Instagram or TikTok or Snapchat I don't care about any of them. I feel completely liberated to not be a part of that madness. That's just me. But the word is that this dude Zuckerberg is just the ultimate scam artist. He just steals ideas from other companies and does them as good or better.
Man, that's crazy.
Like they went down the list, like everything that all he thinks he's famous for, he just stole from a lesser group that had the idea but couldn't do it as good. And in fact, Elon Musk and Twitter are suing him already. That he took a bunch of employees for Twitter and they just re-racked Twitter with a different name and a little bit different look. So I got no interest in Threads. Y'all have fun on that.
I have no interest in it also. I mean, I'm a big Instagram user. That's the platform that I use the most.
Yeah.
I ain't really messing with Threads.
I got you.
Number 3.
Speak Now, a re-release of one of Taylor Swift's first albums, has broken the single-day Spotify streaming record in the country.
I don't understand. Riddle me this.
Mm-hmm.
It's been re-released. It's been available online all this time. Like I don't get this concept of fandom where you re-release a song it's been there ever since she did it. It's been on Spotify, no?
Yeah, it's been on there.
That's been on the services, but now you re-release it and suddenly it's kind of like, it's no different than, because I'm not a big music guy. I don't have a music service. I don't download music. I'm not carrying around a music playlist library. That's just me, right? But I do watch Netflix. It's the same thing with Netflix. Like Netflix will get a movie trending. It's the number one trending movie, and it's like
Titanic.
a movie from 2008.
That's always been on there.
Right, that's always been correct. That's the same thing when you talk about a song being re-released.
Number 2.
Jamie Foxx was recently seen waving from a boat.
I saw that video.
Uh-huh.
Are we sure that's him?
I think it's him.
Okay.
Like I zoomed in and it looks like it was him.
All right. I didn't go to the point of zoom. Why is it so secretive?
That's what's strange.
And I don't listen. People say, "Well, people's health should be." No, When you throw yourself out there as much as Jamie Foxx or Tom Cruise or Denzel Washington or Brad Pitt or whoever it is, you forfeit those things, man. If you want everyone to be excited about your new movie or about this new project you support or some campaign you're behind, then doggone it, you also have to be there to give updates on what happened. You know, if you're well enough now, I get privacy. If you're well enough to be on a boat, cruise around the harbor, entertainment fans that have made you a trillionaire deserve to know what the hell.
And what's also impressive is how he was able to keep this such a secret in today's society.
Well, and such misreporting on that. Like, you'd read one thing that he's great, and then somebody else say, what are you talking about? He's still unconscious. Somebody else say, no, he's been out and about for a month. Somebody else would say, he's still ICU. So, some reaction to something of some sort, for sure.
Uh-huh.
Number 1.
Oh, this is it. The hottest story in the world. You're welcome.
Wemby, he bounced back from his horrible debut in the summer league that's held out in Vegas. But he dropped, 27 and 14?
27 and 13, I think. Yeah. Colin Castleton of the Gators had a big game yesterday for the Lakers as well. But to the top pick, Wemby, yeah, I freezing cold take guy. Good thing we don't do a show on Saturday. Because Saturday I woke up, I was the smart guy in the room talking sports with all of us boys on the baseball trip. I said, I got a hot take for you guys, man. I'm going to give you this. Wemby is a bust. That guy can't play.
Are we going to start referencing him as Victor? Like just the one name?
Wemby is what it'll be, I bet.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah. And I don't know if you're Wembanyama, do you want Wemby? Wemby's not exactly like, I don't know. I think like a very masculine name, is it? Wemby.
But he really doesn't come off as that guy either.
No.
So Wemby might fit.
Yeah, we'll see what the name is. But after his debut Friday, the point being, I'm embellishing a bit. The point is, his debut Friday night was atrocious. He just atrocious. Looked way overmatched, pushed around. Dunked over by some 6'8" kid. It was 3 for 15 shooting. Just awful. Last night was much better. Much better for sure. And by the way, the baseball draft, it was the LSU kids 1 and 2. Wyatt Langford of the Gators had to wait around to number 4. Most thought it'd be those 2 LSU kids and he 1, 2, and 3 in some order. He went 4th, but he gets to go to the Rangers instead of the Tigers. I think that's an advantage in a number of ways. And then Hurston Waldrop of Florida goes 21st overall to my Atlanta Braves. So I guess what that means is you can expect Hurston Waldrop in about 4 years to be an all-star. That seems to be the timeline that the Braves have had of recent luck when it comes to their prospects. That's what's trending, brought to you by Pet Paradise. Don't wait around. You got any summer vacations left? Make sure you're all squared away with our friends at Pet Paradise. Go to petparadise.com. Introduce you to Jaguars today next on the Monday Morning Quarterback, DivorceMenOnly.com.
The Drill on 1010XL. From the studios of Republic Services, we'll handle it from here. There are 50 states and thousands of cities in this country, and you live in the best one. Yeah! We're loving it here, too.
Turn up the heat!
1010XL.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you listen to one commercial today, listen to this one.
Beaver Toyota and Beaver Chevrolet are doing it again, recognizing the local heroes in our community with a brand new car. That's right, we'll be giving away a brand new car, cash, and free oil changes for life to our local heroes. Nominate a law enforcement officer, firefighter, EMT, nurse, teacher, veteran, or your local WOW hero. Head to localwowheroes.com to nominate and vote today. Let's wow our heroes.
You will love your new custom windows and doors from Renewal by Andersen. For a limited time, get $289 off every window and $589 off all patio doors. Plus, no money down, no payments, and no interest for 18 months. Enjoy the beauty and quality that only Renewal by Andersen offers. This offer expires July 31st and restrictions apply. Renewal by Andersen, the official window and door replacement partner of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Visit rbafla.com. License number CGC 1527613.
Did you know that all graduates of Local 234's apprenticeship program are licensed journeymen? That means all plumbers, pipe fitters, welders, and HVAC techs will have hundreds of hours of experience and have passed the Jacksonville City Licensed Journeyman exam. They're the best trained and safest skilled tradespeople in the industry. Don't leave yourself exposed to inadequate workmanship or even danger. Always hire a licensed journeyman. Local 234. Make the right connection. Equal opportunity employer.
Instant Keys. You don't have to go to the dealer. Instant Keys comes to you. Call 904-722-1111.
Instant Keys saves the day if you've lost or broken keys. They can program new keys and remotes for nearly every make and model of vehicle at a fraction of the dealership cost. Fast, honest, and reliable locksmith service. Call Instant Keys, 722-1111.
DivorceMenOnly.com. This is Kenny Lay of Kenny Lay & Associates. Our firm specializes in representing men in family law. That's all we do. That's our only focus. We can help with all of your family law needs, such as divorce, custody, alimony, and child support. For over a decade, we have helped thousands of men with these types of issues. We even have an appellate division ready to challenge a judge's ruling. If you need a family law attorney, go to DivorceMenOnly.com. DivorceMenOnly.com. Offices, Jacksonville.
This Date in Sports History is brought to you by Southeast Orthopedic Specialists.
On July 10th, 2016, in the U.S. Open Women's Golf, American Brittany Lang wins her first major title by 3 strokes.
Summertime is here, and it's time to cast those worries out. And Royal is here to help you do that with our Summer Termite Special, featuring Centricon. Starting at just $249. That's right, I said $249, and that's installed.
Visit RoyalPestServices.com.
I-9 Sports, offering youth sports leagues all over the First Coast. If you want to find out how you can get your son or daughter in flag football, soccer, basketball, or t-ball, the focus is simply on them. Log on to i9sports.com and get your kid in the game.
Are you drowning in credit card debt? Want to get cash out of your home's equity? Loan Pronto can now do it in less than a week. Hey, it's Prosser here, and that's right. Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit just got even faster. You can get $50,000, $100,000, or even $200,000 in as little as 5 days. And you don't even have to touch your primary mortgage, so you can keep that 3% rate intact. Just get the money you need and pay off all those credit cards, or get that home improvement project started. With this revolutionary program, you can access up to 90% of your home's value, and in most cases, there's no appraisal. Stop paying insane interest rates to the credit card companies and get tens or even hundreds of thousands in cash in as little as 5 days. Call Loan Pronto now for the even faster Equity Express line. 904-999-1508. LoanPronto.com or 904-999-1508. That's 904-999-1508. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval.
Tired of the same old places for happy hour? Downtown's best is at Bellwether.
It's Tuesday through Saturday from 4 to 7, with the exception on Friday when happy hour starts at 11 because why not? For all you late-nighters, Bellwether offers nightcap specials on Friday and Saturday from 9 to 11. Want a snack with your cocktail? Bellwether has a unique bar food spread. And guess what? All metered parking is free after 6 and weekends. That's Bellwether downtown.
It's tune-up time, and Florida Home AC, the official AC partner of the Jaguars, wants to partner with you for a cool summer season. Tune up your AC unit right now so it's running at peak performance when you need it most. Just call 777-4300 and order a tune-up for just $59. Keep your unit humming at optimal level. Log on to FloridaHomeAC.com and take advantage of their savings. Keep cool with Florida Home AC. That's 777-4300.
1010XL is presented by Farah & Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars, protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555, Jacksonville. Now, the 2-minute drill, brought to you by Tire Outlet, keeping 1010XL on track with wholesale prices and premium service. Tire Outlet, Jacksonville's largest locally owned automotive repair shop.
All right, Jaguars today is coming up next. And Tony, today, this is the week, this is the day that it kind of dawned. It feels like we're here. We're knocking on the door of camp, and it's because we are. By the end of next week, we'll have at least part of the Jaguars fan base out on our team out on the field.
Yeah, they are 16 days away from everyone being here, right? For the first official day of training camp with the whole team. I think the 21st is the day where the rookies, first-year players, quarterbacks, I think, can go in that day too. But the 25th is the official open of Jaguars training camp. And, yeah, we're 16 days away from this thing getting rolling. It's crazy.
It's amazing. All right, what else you guys got coming up today?
We'll talk to Cody Benjamin on the program this morning from CBS Sports. We also have our question of the day today asking, for 2023 to be a success, the Jacksonville Jaguars must fill in the blank.
Couple of things. I mean, you got to tighten some stuff up, man. You got to be. It always makes you feel good. Look, the one thing that people lose sight of, and we may not have the experience. We haven't worked in NFL front offices, or in some cases played in the league or been around for 50 years. Although Dan has. But when it comes to perspective and opinion on Jaguar, there ain't nobody that's going to come on ESPN today or Fox tomorrow or anywhere else, Pro Football Talk the day after, is more aware or knows more about him than we do here at 1010XL. It's what we do all year long, but it still always feels good when one of the national guys incorporates his years of experience and doubles and triples down on how good he thinks the Jaguars are going to be. And I got a little bit of a pep rally vibe from listening to Louis Riddick Jr. talk, and I'll tell you why, because it didn't sound like he was just talking a narrative. He talked like he believed it. You can sense that sincerity in what he's saying, and I think he's right. I think these guys that are, pegging the Jaguars as, potentially becoming a top 5 offense or flashing better on defense in year 2 and being Super Bowl contenders, I think they're more right than they are wrong, personally.
It's a lot of times when you hear from the national guys, you can have, a couple thoughts. It's what aren't they seeing that we obviously see, right? Like you'll come away from it's like, what? I don't get where the disconnect is. They're clearly X, Y, and Z, right? Are we missing something about this football team? And then, every now and then you get surprised with somebody who kind of sees it the way you do. And that's what Louis Riddick is basically saying. And I have felt this way. We talked about it when the schedule got released, all these things. Playing in this division and getting to play the NFC South, I get it. You have to play Kansas City and Cincinnati and Buffalo. It's not that the schedule is easy. San Francisco's coming here. It's not that
Baltimore,
it's easy.
at Cleveland, Pittsburgh. These aren't layups.
But the advantage of playing in this division in the AFC with the other 3 divisions where they are right now and getting to play what is perceived to be the weakest division in the other conference on top of that on your schedule, they should be able to take advantage of that this year. And if they don't, it'd be disappointing.
Yeah, now, look, sometimes teams take advantage and they're not as sturdy a number 1 seed as other teams would be. See the Titans 2 years ago.
Look, I think it's very much within the realm of possibility that the Jaguars wind up as the 2 seed in the AFC playoffs this year. I don't think that necessarily means that I think going into the year they're the second best team in the conference. Right? But you can win enough games with the schedule that they have to be the 2 seed in the AFC.
I got to be honest. When I look at the Bills, Chiefs, Bengals, Niners, I expect the Jags to be no worse than 2-2. That is my expectation for those games. Well, that means that you're on par with those teams. Yeah. That's what that means.
Yeah.
If you upset a team, okay, that's no big deal. But when you are, that means you're on par. So now the difference is those teams, if they go 2-2 against their division in the weaker, they will go ahead and knock out a 12-2 for you, and end up with their 14-3.
Yeah.
Can the Jaguars do that? Speaking to your point, so Jaguars today's coming up next. Mike, Tony, and all that fun. I mean, look, end of next week, we got a football team that starts hitting the field for training camp practices. We got an answer on the re-releases. I don't know anything about music, so if I throw something out there, a question, a lot of people know the answer to this.
I didn't know that either. I saw it.
Yeah, she didn't own a lot of her music, and now that statute of limitations has passed, so she'll see her re-release some stuff so she can get some of the windfall.
Cash grab.
That makes total sense, right? Because Taylor Swift probably doesn't have much cash. That'll do it for us. We appreciate you. We'll see you tomorrow. You've been listening to The Drill on the Monday Morning Quarterback. DivorceMenOnly.com.
The Drill on 1010XL from the studios of Republic